guys, another installment of this Saturday evening chill and chat live stream. I hope you guys are doing good, and we have two in the house, so you are welcome whoever you are. So, how has your week been? My week has been pretty good actually, so I can't complain. It has been a pretty nice and smooth week. Hey, preparedness veteran, good to see you, brother. Okay, back in 5 minutes. That's okay, PV. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. Well, now we are here again. It's good to see you guys. And we wait a couple of minutes until there will be more people who dropping in. That would be nice before we go to today's topic. Hey, Cookie Bomb. Good to see you. Letting Ed play about food. Yeah. Well, that's typical. That makes you hungry, Seor. I hope your week has been good for you, Cookie Bomb. I really hope so. How are you doing, Cookie? I hope everything is okay with you. Well, no matter what, I think this topic for today's stream will be awesome. And it can be an issue as well, especially in the long term. Hey, Adventures with Sug, good to see you, brother. How are you doing, Adventures with Sag? I hope everything is okay with you, and I hope you had a great week. And I will also remind, I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. If somebody's up for it, to join me up here. Hey, Pasan Quarty, good to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good myself, Adventures with Zog, so I can't complain. I had a great week. Everything went nice and smooth, so I can't complain at all. So I'm happy with this week so far. Good, but it's snowing. Okay, we had some snow too. And we will have -degrees Celsius for a couple more weeks. Hey, CR, good to see you again, brother.
Hello. See, I was right. I knew preparedness veteran would join. I just knew it. Are we doing 5 minutes?
Yeah,
Hello, everyone.
He will be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah. I figured I'd watch a little on the YouTube side, give a like.
Yeah.
So. Hi, Pastor McQuarrie, Kuki, Adventures with Sonic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some snow here too. Just a little. It'll melt. It's already starting to melt.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time now.
Yeah, it began to melt some of it, but not all of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to rebound back above freezing.
Yeah.
Next week, so.
Yeah. Hey, PV, good to see you, brother.
Somebody say something.
What?
Yeah.
I know it. I knew it. Preparedness veteran. I was talking to Shadow before. I'm like, oh, Preparedness veterans, and I come on for sure. And I just like, yep, right on cue. I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm just moving location. I'm just moving this to another room.
Ah.
Yeah.
It's
all good.
That's okay. It's all good.
And I'm not at home, so. And this room's really echoey.
Where are you then?
Pardon me?
Where are you then at the moment?
Oh, I'm at my friend's place. I'm visiting.
Yeah. There we go.
I go out too. I'm not always at home.
Yeah. Adventures with Sog. How you doing? You all right?
I think it's time to get into this topic. What do you say, guys? I think that is a good idea.
Yeah, go for it.
Dealing with garbage, waste, and sanitation.
So we're going to do trash talk? Trash talk?
Yeah.
But serious trash talk. That kind of sarcastic trash talk.
Hey, Guardian Outdoors and Fitness.
What's up?
Good to see you, brother.
We know, Guardian, you're working on the lighting. Yeah, we understand.
Yeah.
Guardian, you got sore arms, shoulders, wrists.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? Are you well?
Yeah, good.
What's up, GP?
Yeah, I'm good. Just having a nice weekend. And yes, I think it's a very. I even said earlier when I saw the topic itself, Shadow, that the topic looks very interesting. It's definitely quite an intriguing one.
Yeah, and it's the interesting thing with this topic is it is in a situation when every grade goes down for long term. The first weeks you might handle the garbage and your waste, but if it's turned out to be a longer term of grade down, you will not be able to take care of your waste because your balcony have not enough space to store all that. So that will be a problem in a long term. So you need to find other ways to, store it.
Well, it doesn't take long at all. Here we have a rotation. So we have 1 week we have the conventional waste. Second week we have recycling waste, and third week we have gardening waste. So I mean, after even a couple of weeks of this rotation collapsing, you know it's going to pile up quickly.
Personally, you don't fill up a bin.
No. I mean, personally, for us, we if it comes to that, we just burn a lot of stuff. And obviously, there's stuff you can't burn, but it can and will build up quickly. Yeah.
And hopefully, everyone else is doing it, so you don't stand out obviously, because you know, or there's smoke. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people in England now. They've got log burners, multi-fuel burners, and so on. So I can foresee if they've got the fuel to burn the stuff, they'll start burning their rubbish. And likewise, I mean, initially, I imagine a lot of rubbish will be just piled up out on the street for someone else to collect it. But by that stage, you've got the rats building up, potentially dogs and animals, foxes, the birds,
Rats.
all scavenging the rats. Yep.
Yeah. Don't forget about the flies, right? The flies, the mosquitoes, because there's moisture in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. And the smell in time.
By the way, if anyone's interested, look at the situation in France at the moment. They're having.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Prime example, real world.
They're making barricades out of rubbish and they're piling it up. And there's a couple of pictures there.
It's taller than people. It's taller than people now. It's
yeah.
That's...
But it's countless and countless sort of examples of this sort of thing that's gone on in the past.
Yeah, real world examples.
Yeah.
And that, and this ain't even some grid down, right? That's not even grid down, right? The grid's still up.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
It can happen anywhere.
I think most people have seen there's been various examples as well of strikes, binman strikes.
Yeah, of course.
Occurred in the past as well.
Mm-hmm. So I guess we should take the time to say hi to everyone because let's see, Rebel Canners, Forrest in here. What's up?
Yeah, we've got Thor. We've got Passamaquoddy.
Passamaquoddy.
Passamaquoddy. What else we got?
So welcome everyone.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Hendo.
Hey, Endo, good to see you, brother.
Oh, there's Endo. What's up, Endo?
Rebel Canners.
See you all.
Someone called Nightbot.
Who's this Nightbot?
He shows up everywhere.
Just sitting in the shadows waiting. So how do you guys want to start this? Like,
well, we got three aspects here. We got garbage. I mean, differentiate the garbage, waste, and sanitation. Sanitation is a huge aspect. I don't know. I mean, depending on the situation, it could take minutes before you want to use the toilet. If you haven't got one, then you're gonna have to start making one. Identifying the site to position it, whether that be dig a hole, get a dustbin,
5-gallon bucket.
Yeah, that sort of scenario. And you got the toilet roll to go with it. If you haven't got the toilet rolls because it's all been sold out of the shops, then yeah.
And trying to keep that kind of the pest down, the smell down, right?
Yeah,
I mean, most people are used to it to a certain degree, but if it's like really there, it's just like.
Well, as
it's
long
like
as you can identify a suitable location for a start.
But what I'm saying is, like, let's say someone in like an apartment building. Hopefully, it wouldn't come down to that, but.
Yeah, it depends on if you live in an apartment, house, or yeah. The problem is when you live in an apartment, you can store your garbage and waste on your balcony for a short period of time.
But that's if you have that.
Yeah, but if you have if the problem continues and be longer than a couple of days, you will have a huge problem because you will run out of space on your balcony.
Yeah.
And that will be a problem because if it's a summertime and it's hot outside, that will stink. So
2030.
Yeah. So that will not be pleasant.
Not just the smell, the bugs, the flies. They'll come inside if you open the window, and I mean, like the mosquitoes probably too. So it's a big thing.
People are lazy at the best of times, I should imagine most people here would have their sanitation sorted out or some form of toilet sorted out. But others, I've seen people just. I mean, we've all seen dog waste for a start off. You just throw it, hang it up in trees, and sort of leave it. When it comes to human waste, people are going to be. I've seen people discharge chemical toilets into canals and rivers.
Ooh.
Seen them tip it into conventional waste bins, into fields, all sorts of things like that. And that's with all facilities fully running. So you can imagine what people are going to be like when nothing else matters anymore. They just won't give a toss, really. I mean, I suppose if you're in an apartment, you could, if it comes to it, bag it up and launch it out the window or away from your location if you're that high up, or lower it down in bags or something like that. Depends how desperate you are, really.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, if you haven't got...
you can bury human waste, but
yeah, and it depends, I suppose, on the way you are disposing of it. Because I mean, if you got a chemical toilet, you're burying those chemicals as well. You've got to think of the runoff and how it would interfere with any surface water running into water supplies and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Because most of these chemical toilets, they use formaldehyde-based chemicals, unless you buy a green alternative.
Yeah,
that's nasty stuff.
For the short term, but in the long run, for the long term, yeah.
Well, I mean, in the longer run, I mean, I've been to multiple locations in the middle of nowhere, established camps, and the engineers have built everything from scratch, and they'll have a section put aside downwind from the prevailing winds from the camp, and made toilets. And most common one I've seen is they dig a big pit and cover it over with like a metal fabrication, and they plonk a toilet on top of that, and you just keep using it until the pit gets to a certain level, and then they fill it and move on to a different pit. When it comes to urination for the blokes, the common one is they dig a hole, which is say 4 to 6 foot deep, fill it with rocks at the bottom, and then gradually soil, then sand, and they put just a standard plastic drain pipe about 4 foot long into the soil, so it makes a tube sticking out the sand, and then you urinate into that, and that soaks away into the earth. Seen that method used a couple of times. Or you've got the old the Thunderbox method, where they have they mark in, where they have sort of a toilet, and underneath it you've got a metal bin, and then periodically, when it gets to another level, they take it away and burn it to a big pit.
So I guess we'll take the time to say hello to Storms and Big Bean. They're both in now. Nice to see you both.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys.
Yeah, feel free to jump in, anyone, if anyone's got any further input.
Yeah, join our trash talk.
Adventures with SOG. March 1975, after 13 weeks of strikes by bin men, the army had to be brought in to clear thousands of tons of rubbish. The air was filled with a foul stench, and rats swarmed the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a nasty problem when you get a lot of rats.
Yeah.
And the stench.
Yeah.
Well, the smell's one thing, but the rats will just be pervasive.
Food Forest Permaculture, good to see you, brother.
Hi.
I mean, it will make good sense like in SHTF, nothing is single use anymore. Everything gets reused. So it would make sense to
minimize garbage.
Really go through the trash and separate stuff that can be reused for alternative purposes in the future.
Or composted, if you could.
Yeah, so you're composting elements of it, you're saving plastics, you're saving the metal into a separate bin, for instance. And then you don't know what use you may have for it further down the line if everything's gone completely SHTF. There's no glimmer of society coming back, you know.
And trying to break down stuff so it doesn't take up as much room.
Yeah, so I mean, people are going to have to think about this sort of thing, and they won't really think about it until they really have to think about it. You know, when it starts to build up. I mean, it's all right burning things, but you're using fuel, precious fuel, to burn waste.
Well, it's giving you your position away. It's like, oh, everyone's, you know, dark smoke, or like, oh, right, they must have a lot of stuff. They're burning it.
Yeah, you can do that. I mean,
well, what I'm saying is, it might give too much away that you have resources because you're burning it so much, right? Let's say in an urban environment, kind of, at least burying it, you can't see that per se, right? You know, you can't smell it per se.
Yeah, I mean, it's counterproductive to burn things, you know, using fuel just to burn trash.
Yeah,
but
well, hopefully you have solar then, and just incinerate.
Oh yeah, we've seen people in places where they just burn stuff at night, throw it on the fire.
Well, yeah, you would probably want to do that during the day. Obviously, it depends on the situation. If it really is grid down, like really, I wouldn't say without rule or law, but like you might want to not be showing that you're burning stuff at night, because of the light, the fire, right, and stuff like that.
No, because that fire would be like stick out like a sore thumb, so that is not a good idea, and that will attract people.
Yeah, because they'd be like, "Oh, what are they burning? They must be burning. They must have a lot of stuff that they're burning stuff." You know,
yeah,
and people might be able to smell that.
I was particularly talking about if you're still in your house, you can put stuff in your fireplace, burn it at night through the chimney. You won't see flames or anything like that.
Just kind of mask it.
Yeah, but I mean, there is many situations you're going to get potentially fires building up everywhere anyway. So
yeah, I agree with you about that. Adventures with Zog.
Yeah, Guardian just said to call the fire hole. You know, that kind of chimney underground.
Yeah, Dakota fire.
Yeah. Might be an option for some people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you live in an apartment, it's really hard to go out and just burn your trash. It is difficult to do that because you can't go anywhere and do it in secretly.
Yeah, because there's gonna be like a trash bag on your back or whatever.
Yeah, and people, the neighbors will notice you and go regularly with a trash bag on your back, and they begin. And if you do it once, they wouldn't probably wonder that much. But if you do it continually, they will notice. Hey, why does he go carrying a trash bag on his back?
Or they might ask you, "Hey, can you do mine too? Mine's building up too, right?" They might ask you, then it's just like, now I got to do more of it, and you draw attention to it a little bit more. So, yeah.
In an apartment, it'll become very difficult. You basically you can't burn it unless you throw it out the window. I mean, what else you do? You can compress it down or squash it into manageable pieces and seal it up in bags.
Yeah.
Or you go out at certain times and in the depths of night and get rid of it that way. But you're risking a trip.
Exactly. I mean, if the grid's down, no light or whatever, it's just like it's kind of dicey.
Hey, lovely Lisa, Warrior Queen. Good to see you.
Hi, Lisa. Wow. Everyone's just joining us. Welcome, everyone. You know, I was just thinking about something else preparing this mention about separating. I think that would be an important thing. In the long run, right? Especially in the long run, right? Because food waste smells. A piece of dry cardboard's not gonna smell. A piece of paper that's not wet or whatever is not gonna smell. It's not gonna really attract something, right, per se. But it's the food waste that's probably gonna draw the rats, the flies, the mosquitoes, the smell, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you could also partly compost it. You could save any food scraps as bait for animals that you could hunt, fish, or to attract birds to kill and eat if it gets to that situation. But yeah, like I said, I mean, I would look at analyze everything you're potentially throwing away and seek alternative uses for it. If anything's got nails in it, take the nails out. You can use the nails for other things later on.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it also depends how mobile you are. If you're in an apartment, for instance, and you don't want to leave that apartment because of the whatever's going on outside, then stay in there and everything's multi-use.
Yeah, and the problem with throwing things out of your window is that if there is people who are not...
Yeah, you're giving yourself away.
The good people, not people you can't trust, and that might be a problem for you. If they see you throw out trash, they can open your bad trash bags and they can find a lot of information about you.
Oh yeah, right. Identity theft for that is possible and stuff like that. You know, you're throwing out a box of like a lawnmower, well, not lawnmower, but like a saw or something like that. They'll be like, "Oh, this person's got a saw."
Well, if you throw away empty cans or other types of that, and plates, old plates you have used,
they got
and
food,
throw them away, and they see,
food. They got food.
Yeah, he got food.
Mostly burgers, yeah.
So that is the problem when you live in a apartment, and I haven't come up with any good solution on that. Not for a long term. So that is something I need to think a little bit more about.
It's also something that's pretty interesting if you look at the story of how wild dogs kind of integrated into human society by like scavenging on our trash in the outskirts of towns back in the day, and then eventually we just domesticated them. Like that's always been a very, very interesting story to myself as well.
Yeah, I've seen in Kosovo packs of dogs eating dead animals, scavenging food, and they congregate together in packs, and it does happen. Yeah, we got the same where we live. Where we live, it's the last home for everything. Never gets thrown out. So before you bin something, you look at it and think, right, what can I use for that? Can it be used for anything? Can I dismantle it and use the parts for anything else? If not, then it gets thrown or recycled. You know?
Yes, that's great. Though. Definitely believe in like not wasting. You know, it's brilliant to be able to repurpose things. Absolutely, in every single way. Like I absolutely love it when people get creative as well. And then
I love that word.
Yes.
Make sure nothing's redundant.
Yes, absolutely. No, really. It's. I've always enjoyed CR's name specifically for that. Like just even before I met CR, it's always good to have redundancy.
I like your name too, Guardian. It's so awesome.
Thank you very much, sir.
welcome some more people in here. I see Blue Farm's in here. How are you doing, Blue Farm?
Yes, hello to the people in chat that have joined, by the way. That's definitely good of UCR.
Yeah.
Thank you, Blue Farm, for that reminder. Don't forget to smash the like button. I appreciate that.
Well, I'm seeing people I'm familiar with. I've seen their channel, so it's nice to see you guys. So join the conversation here, right? Because I mean, this probably would be an ongoing thing for society in time. It's always we're always gonna have to deal with garbage because we make trash. Because the resources, right? The cardboard, the paper is one thing, but the food waste is one thing. What about the plastics, the glass? I don't know, all this other stuff, the metals, right? We all have stuff, right? We all have stuff in our places.
People just buy too much crap, basically. They just buy unnecessary things because it's something they have always wanted. Something, you know, there's a lot of things people we don't need. People need to get into the situation, especially if they've got limited space. If you're in an apartment or a small dwelling or a tiny house or a boat or whatever, that it's a case. I mean, my mentality is one in, one out. You've got your stuff, you've trimmed it down, and when your trousers, your shoes, your jacket, whatever starts to come to an end of its life, or you want to change, then you upgrade it. You don't buy, you don't keep buying one for the sake of it. Sort of thing.
Yes. Yes, that's why sewing is such an important skill, and also leatherworking. So we have, like my wife's family on the farm, they are still very much into leatherworking, and they also, into making sure that you're processing an animal essentially. But leatherworking in itself, and just being able to make shoes, being able to make bags, it's such an amazing skill. And my wife's grandfather actually makes leather items all the time, and whenever we can, we sit there around the table and discuss things with him, and it's very interesting to see the way that he does it. It's brilliant.
I was just thinking about something, just looking at these boxes that my buddy has. I was just thinking, if you throw out Amazon boxes, for example, or shipping boxes, people don't know that, look at that, they've been, picking up stuff, for example, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I agree with Hendu, by the way. People worship consumerism, especially in the wasteful. Yeah.
Yeah. I like getting stuff, or like having new stuff too, but I also realize I don't want to be like that metaphoric where the space fills up all the way and you can't even walk through it. Right? Or you can't even walk on the ground because there's stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
So I would imagine if there was no garbage pickup or something like that, people would pile it up to a certain degree.
Yeah. I mean, you can have too much stuff.
Well, we all know that. We all know that.
Accumulating such a volume of just stuff, and when you want something, you just can't remember where anything is.
Well, you know what? A lot of us could be guilty of that. They always say, prepping is not hoarding or whatever, right? But it's still stuff. You accumulate it still.
It's not good for the mind either. I don't think it's very good for a healthy attitude to life either.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the hoarder shows out there, it's just like, I'm imagining if it would fill up that much inside a place. But yeah, it's not good for them either, right? Because you don't have a bed to sit on because you got to put stuff over it. You don't have, you can't just relax, right? It's just like, yeah. And there's the safety hazards with that.
Yeah. And Hendo has a point here too. People going to have to learn to repurpose things, increase their longevity, especially with the new global economic crisis unfolding now, where the global bank runs folks closely. Hey, Steve,
hey
good to see you, brother.
What is that?
Hello.
What happened? What happened to Guardian? I just look now. Steve's here.
We lost him. We lost Guardian.
What's up, Steve?
Hey, preparedness veteran. I like your one simple video that you were showing for kind of like a home security, apartment security, hotel room security, where you're wedging a block of wood under the door to keep it from getting as easily kicked in.
Yeah, nice simple solution, and it works. Just give you that extra bit of time to seek other solutions.
Yeah.
Well, it gives you lead time, right? It gives you, even if it's just 5 seconds, it's still 5 seconds more you're gonna get.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Did you reuse a piece of wood for that too? It's like, oh, just don't reuse this. Just kind of in a
That's
way.
part of my EDC. That is.
That's part of your everyday carry.
Yeah, I've got
Okay.
small rucksack, day sack, and I got a whole host of things in there I carry around all the time. First aid kit, water filtration, some defense gear in there, some CBRN escape masks, door wedge, torch, or that sort of stuff. I might do a video on it at some point.
All right.
Hey, Shadow.
We'll keep tabs.
Yeah.
Are we still doing this topic here, or we kind of gone off on a tangent? I'm sorry, I kind of got here late. I was taking a shower.
Yeah, we are still on the topic.
Yeah, because I think I've got pretty good. I say I got some pretty good expertise in this field because I used to drive garbage trucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like I said, I know how quickly trash can pile up when it's not being picked up. And
Breaking up.
Yep. Oh, sorry, I'm breaking up.
Yeah.
No, you're good on my end. You're good on my end.
Are you back now?
Yeah. Well, as I was saying, like I know how quickly the trash can pile up, and I always thought to myself, how difficult it'd be for the people who live in apartments, and having trash removal after. It doesn't even have to be a major, WRLS HTF. It could be just like a minor, minor speed bump, something to do with
a strike.
strike. Yeah.
Or lack of the service happening.
Like Chris and I were talking about. Yeah. Like classic example, New York, all those refuse workers, all the garbage truck drivers, all the guys who ride on the backs of the garbage trucks and empty out the trash cans.
Mm-hmm.
They're all union, and I think they're also paid state employees, but every now and then they will actually have a strike, and it literally, like in a place like downtown Manhattan, and believe me, I've been there, a couple times. But a place like downtown Manhattan, it does not take very long for trash to accumulate on the streets. They need to have constant trash removal all the time, because literally within a matter of a day, the streets can quite literally be impassable with the amount of trash that accumulates. So like I always wonder, for like the people that live in apartment buildings, how they're going to deal with that. Like I said, even like I said, just a minor situation, obviously if you live out in the country, you've got the option to burn or bury your trash, even just have a rubbish pile, on the corner of your property. But when you're living in like a small neighborhood, or even like I said, an apartment complex, it gets to be, like I said, it gets to be a little bit more difficult and a little bit more limited. And we all know, trash attracts pestilence, attracts disease, attracts rats, and the bubonic plague, the Black Plague, that was all brought on because of rats being attracted to the trash being strewn out in the streets in medieval era Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And the bubonic plague was because the rats were bitten by these fleas that were that had bubonic plague. And actually bubonic plague, in spite of what a lot of people might believe or might not believe, there is still bubonic plague present, and it's actually present in like places like present day Arizona, like out in the deserts, because like a lot of the rodents out there, like some of the CR, a lot of rodents out there, they've like I said, they are, like I said, there's a fear that some of them still are infected with the fleas that have the bubonic plague. So like I said, I mean, bubonic plague is just one of many examples, but like I said, just the other example is just the trash being there, being present. And let's say, I mean, heaven forbid it does go, Mad Max, like everybody likes to talk about, it would behoove you to figure out a way to do something with your trash, because if we get these roving bands that all these Cheeto eaters like to talk about, we get those roving bands, you're going to give away your position. You're going to give away the fact that, hey, there's somebody still living here, living in this particular house or living in this particular apartment. So, I mean, I keep extra cans of gasoline on site and kind of as a means to burn my trash, but I don't intend on using it for strictly that. Hopefully, I can use the gasoline as I intentionally set aside for.
Mm-hmm. And you would have a substantial amount, so you do a big amount at once, kind of. So you're not just.
Well, I would use just enough gas to at least get the fire started.
Hey, welcome to the stream, my friend.
And I would try to see if I can keep feeding trash in. Anyhow.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a lot of options really when it comes to getting rid of it.
Yeah.
Burn it, bury it, store it away somewhere.
Yeah. Shred it.
Yeah, but it's still going to take up volume, you know what I mean? Creative.
That's right. Yeah.
And, well, no, I understand that. It's just so you reduce the volume as much as you can.
Well, yeah, you compress.
I mean, because not
some of the other options I've heard out there, which I guess could work in a pinch and could work for a temporary solution, but still I wouldn't advise doing it. Is if you are one of those people that live in a house that happens to have a few outbuildings, like I don't know, a couple sheds, maybe an unattached garage, you could gather it up and store it in there. It's still going to attract bugs and still going to attract rats and other types of pestilence. Biggest thing is going to be cockroaches. And where I live, I'm just going to say, cockroaches do exist, but in order to get cockroaches right here where I live, you have to be one of the most unhygienic MFers, one of the most dirty MFers on the face of the planet to attract roaches out here, just because it's very difficult to get roaches, not impossible. But
yeah, even here, I've seen them.
Yeah, but like I said, one of the things, like I said, is to store it temporarily in like a garage or a shed. I don't know if I'd want to do that personally. Like for me, I would either try to burn it or bury it. As you know, like I said, up here in Colorado, it gets cold, and I would say, conservatively speaking, at least 6 months out of the year, it's very, very cold. The ground literally freezes, so we can't dig in the ground. So burying it during the winter months is out of the question.
It's a nightmare,
so more likely
basically.
It's just going to be a lot of burning, unfortunately. And even with that burning, you could still attract unwanted visitors, the smoke, the scent of the burning plastics and whatever food remains, are on your trash. And like I said, you could potentially, like I said, I'm talking about in extreme cases, okay? Extreme cases, the hypotheticals, the 1% chances.
Mm-hmm.
You could attract those roving bands of marauders or whatever people like to call them these days, zombies.
You could be in a situation where someone has died and you're not just getting rid of trash, you're getting rid of bodies as well.
Exactly.
And speak of people, let's welcome in Fishes. Nicole's here too. Some other people are joining us, so welcome everyone. Oh, and let's talk perfect.
Lowe's Life, Storms, Radios, and Cats.
Yeah, let's talk perfect. Welcome everyone.
Nicole Ruiz is back.
All right, you guys on the side chat can chime in on something, all right?
Yeah.
Hear your guys' point of view. We all live in different areas. Right? I live here in Canada.
Yeah.
The Parents Adventures out in Europe. You guys are out in Europe. Steve's in the US, right?
Mm-hmm.
England for me.
Yeah, so urban, suburban, wilderness,
we don't
countryside,
like to be referred to as Europeans.
A friend of mine used to
sorry, my bad.
Preparedness veteran, a friend of mine used to live out in Blackpool.
Ah, right, yeah. Yeah, I know the place. It's the Vegas of the Northwest. Does anyone here use chemical toilets?
No, I've got a set of composting. Well, they're 5-gallon buckets with the Canadian-made Reliance brand toilet seats that fit on a standard round 5-gallon bucket, and I've just got sawdust to put in my toilets. That's about it.
Right. So I mean, literally, sanitation for that aspect, it's not going to be a problem for you at all. It just composts away.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably one of the best solutions for human waste. You just separate the water and the solids.
Yeah. And I was told with that, best deal is to try not to mix the liquid with the excrement.
Yeah.
Like if you have to try to pee in a separate container, or just so that way it can break down quicker and break down easier.
You know what I was just thinking? If you were gonna do that, just have a strainer. Just strain it out.
Strainer?
Well, so it separates the liquid from the solids automatically. Well, because sometimes you got to do both at the same time. It's just how it is,
I was looking at modern day composting toilets for me, and modern one, they just look like a standard toilet, but when you actually look, it's two sections. You urinate in one side, which separates the liquids, and then you just put the solids go in another area.
Yeah.
So it's automatically separated.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure how all that works. Like, I know you need some kind of a medium for the solid waste to break down. Like I said, whether it be dirt, sawdust, kitty litter, something. There's got to be something that you cover it with. Because
coffee grounds.
And I'm going to get a little graphic here, but poop doesn't smell because it stinks. It smells because of the bacteria that's inside the poop that's actively breaking it down, and it's creating that methane gas. And methane gas is what you're smelling.
Yeah, urine's a big problem when it mixes. But I mean, get some separate the solids from liquids, some sort of additive, and some sort of airflow over.
Yeah.
You want the you want the microbes to break it down as fast as
I've driven a lot. Like I said, I don't know if you know who I am, but like I said, I drove trucks for many years. I've driven over the road for well over 2.5 years. I've driven past plenty of places, like they'll have like these giant feedlots. So they got a bunch of cattle and stuff like that. And they'll have off to the side these giant mountains, these giant piles. They're covered up with plastic. I believe those are compost piles, but they have to like turn those, every so often. I'm not sure if it's like every week or if it's every 3 days, but they come in there with a front end wheel loader, and they scoop that stuff up and they rotate it, so that way it gets aerated, That way one side's not constantly exposed to the sunlight and the heat more than the other side. That way it all breaks down kind of evenly. So, I mean, I don't know how the composting toilets work. Again, there's no medium or anything in there as far as that, that you've told me about. Like I said, I was thinking about
as long as they get an airflow across them, you don't really need that a lot of extra stuff to go on them.
Yeah.
Eventually, over a period of, I don't know, 8 weeks or so, they'll eventually literally compost down, and you could use the actual human waste as some sort of manure.
Yeah.
I mean, if anyone's interested, there's a book out there called the Human Manure Handbook, which tells you how to convert human waste into compost to carry on growing things.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, I mean, I've got two chemical toilets, and we use formaldehyde. We've got two systems. We either use a formaldehyde-based additive to go in there, and that is a real problem to get rid of. You've got to really watch where you dispose that of. Or you can use conventional washing machine biological tablets that you throw in the washing machine.
Mm-hmm.
Put them into the chemical toilet, and that breaks it down as effectively as the formaldehyde-based additive, toilet blue, we call it.
Yeah. I guess my question is, like I said, when I say mixing stuff in there, I'm talking about because eventually the poop, the solids will eventually break down to such a degree where you can just straight up just add it to your garden. Like it basically looks like soil, you know, looks like potting soil.
Yeah.
But that's the point I'm trying to get to, is like it'll eventually break down. But maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe there's something I'm not understanding. But like I said, I've always been told you need something to mix in there, whether it be a little bit of dirt or some sawdust, or I don't know, lawn clippings, something, you know, some sort of medium.
Yeah, sawdust is the common one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know a guy who's got an electric toilet. I probably said it before. He's got a huge bank of batteries. He's thinking about getting rid of it because it's too much of a burden. And he puts a little sort of liner down first, does his business, and then presses a button, and it just incinerates it.
Okay.
It's a lot of hassle to go through just to get rid of turds, you know. I mean, a huge bank of batteries, or there's some gas systems out there that does the same job. It's a huge time and effort and waste of money, really.
Yeah.
To do that job.
I mean, to be honest with you, it is a lot of time and effort just to compost your own waste too, but just not as much, you know, not as much energy expenditure, if you know what I mean.
No, and you also haven't got the problem of where you're going to get rid of it afterwards. I mean, the chemical toilets that I use, they have they're mostly used in caravans and that sort of a scenario.
Yeah.
They're 10-litre receptacles, a little canister underneath. And when they're full up, it gets to a certain level, the light comes on, and that's an indication just to empty it. And they normally last about a week to 2 weeks if you just use it as normal urination, defecation, and so on. If you I've tried this. If you pee into a bowl or anything, or a little jug, separate that and dispose of that. Another method, and then just purely put solids down into the receptacle. That will last about 4 weeks.
And that's what I was talking about doing, you know, for everybody's, to see if we can't get everybody to just do our number one business in a separate container so we can separate the, you know, like I said, the liquid from the solids. Now, I'm just going to say, I know I'm getting a little bit off tangent real quick, but in an extreme situation, I actually might collect the pee and try to boil it down so where it's just the solid salts from the pee, because that's actually straight potassium nitrate.
Well, you can distill it out.
Yeah.
Get the
Well,
water,
like said,
get the water.
But
out of it
I'm
too.
saying like that potassium nitrate's actually kind of useful because you can actually use that for making black powder.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Is it weird that I'm eating right now?
I am making you hungry.
Well, we haven't shown any graphic examples. We're just discussing it.
Yeah. So that picture.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to do that sort of method. Boil off urine if you've got the fuel to do that with. So I mean.
Yeah. I mean, if a person just get away with allowing the container of urine to just, you know, breathe, but set it outside and out in the sun, let the sun kind of, you know,
boil
off well, it won't be a boil, but per se, but just kind of, you know, vaporize the liquid out of the salts from the urine.
I think personally, I'd use the facilities I've got, and when they're expired, I'd start to make this toilet at the bottom of the garden.
Yeah. I've always thought about constructing like an outhouse over here, but it's not gonna be over here anytime soon. Actually, hopefully, I'll be moved out of here by, you know, June or July at the latest. But yeah, when I get my property set up, I would like to just set up an outhouse, you know, a proper outhouse. I won't necessarily use it. It'll just be there for, you know, if in case the grid goes down.
Yep. Oh, it's amazing if people to look at what they actually produce The amount of waste people produce these days is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not necessarily through our own fault. I mean, all the products we buy, they're wrapped in plastic. They've got all this packaging which you just can't. Some of it you just can't burn. I mean,
well, not supposed to anyways.
No, I mean there's loads and loads of plastic kicking around.
Yeah.
Even you buy meat in the supermarket, it's got polystyrene, little plastic covered around it, cellophane, all this sort of stuff. That has to be disposed of. You just can't save that sort of thing,
Can't reuse it.
Yeah, the foam takes a lot of room to break.
Yeah, over here in the U.S., and I would imagine it's pretty similar over there in Canada, but like the packaging, even just for everyday items that you find on the store shelves, it's just ridiculous. They put like this big old piece of cardboard on the back, and they'll put like this shrink wrap piece of plastic on the front, or they'll do what they call like a blister pack, which is two halves of plastic, blistered together, and there's a little piece of cardboard behind it, and you got your little item only takes up say maybe that much room, but you got this big honking piece of cardboard and plastic, and it's ridiculous. I don't know how they're doing it over there in England, but that's the kind of crap I see. And it's like I said, I'm not, make no mistake, I'm not a tree hugging I got to be concerned about my environment. I got to put the environment before my life and my well-being. Nah, screw that crap. I'm gonna live as comfortably as I can, but I am gonna be a little bit conscientious about some of the stuff that I do. You know what I mean? But it's kind of ridiculous how these companies, they put so much, like you said, plastic, polystyrene, and cardboard on everything.
This is the thing.
Oh yeah.
I mean, none of us. I don't know anyone who goes out their way to just throw stuff away. This day and age, most people are conscientious, like you say. But certain products you buy, you just haven't got a choice. You just cannot recycle the stuff. You can't dispose of it in any other way apart from put it in the bin that goes to landfill.
Yep.
And I mean, even tin foil is another big one.
Yeah, and this leads me to my next point that I'm going to bring up. In spite of popular belief, a lot of people don't realize that there's a lot of plastics out there. They are single stream use plastics only. They are not meant to be recycled. They cannot be recycled. Or if they do
PVC,
get recycled,
number 6, number 7, those tend to be not accepted.
Yeah, like I said, I think PET4 is like the only one that I know of that can be recycled, which is which is the plastic that's typically found in plastic soda bottles.
Yeah, usually it's PET number 1, 2, HDPE.
Yeah, but those other plastics, they have to be turned into something else. Like one of the other options I've seen where these companies, they'll turn these plastics, they'll grind them up and turn them into pellets, and they'll make they'll mold like these black, they call them portable collapsible pallets, forklift pallets, which are pretty heavy duty, which are pretty cool. And I've also seen them turn them into park benches and stuff like that. But what I'm getting at is that these plastics, used for these specific containers, they can never be reused back into those specific containers again.
Yeah, plastic's usually downcycled.
Yeah,
it's not upcycled usually.
But personally, I don't know. I wouldn't know where to start to recycle plastic. If you, like I said earlier, if everything you would like to throw away becomes a precious item, so you start to look at what you're going to throw away. I mean, I wouldn't know how to recycle a plastic bottle personally. I mean, there are methods that you could repair things by melting down parts of plastic to fill in holes and stuff like this. But
use a heat gun or whatever.
I mean, how many people? A lot of people, preppers and so on, would have some form of MRE, oil in the bag, ration pack, mountain house, or whatever. Everyone must have some, because some people start off in that sort of methodology. And boil in the bag, for instance, Mylar outside, you eat the contents, all the inside of the bag's greasy. What do you do with it? Most people straight away.
I'll be right back. You
it.
just gave me, I'm gonna bring something over here real quick. You
All
just
right,
got me
all right.
thinking.
Okay,
Yeah.
no problem.
Yeah, those are composite materials that have a blend of usually mixed materials like foil, aluminum, cardboard, paper, and such, right? So those are much more difficult to separate too.
Yeah, so there are going to be. I mean, you could wash them out if you have the water and you have the detergent, and then use the boiling the bags as pouches, water carrying, or some form of receptacle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
don't surprise me. Their adventures with SOG.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, actually, some plastics actually can take up to 500 years to decompose.
And they don't actually decompose. I was going to say they break down when they're exposed to the sunlight.
Yeah, they microplastics.
They're not designed. Yeah, they're not designed to. They're not designed to decompose in the ground. Like you bury something in the ground, you could expect to dig that up even 1,000 years from today and still expect to find it still 100% perfectly intact. But plastics break down when they're exposed to the sun. The problem is too, there's a lot of plastics that end up in the waterways out in the oceans, and they'll break down in the sun. But then you got all this dissolved plastic that's in the oceans and everything.
There's a thing called, if you imagine some sort of disastrous scenario, SHTF scenario, or whatever, there's going to be a lot of contamination through substances called forever chemicals.
Yeah.
And these things are stuff that you can actually never get rid of. They're always going to be there.
I'm sorry. That's funny.
What's that?
Well, what you bring up, what you're bringing up reminds me of the, I think it happened back in the late 80s, early 90s. They call it the Love Canal disaster that took place up in New York. They had these chemicals that they had stowed away in these like 55 gallon drums. They had buried in a landfill, and the landfill accidentally got disturbed with this housing development that built itself up on top, and it polluted the groundwater, it polluted the topsoil, and like people, kids were literally coming back, from outside from playing, and they had chemical burns and all kinds of crazy stuff. People had cancer. Yeah, look it up. The Love Canal disaster, like I said, it took place in New York. I think it happened sometime between 1987 and like the early 1990s, like 1993 or something like that. Right. But yeah, as you're saying, back to what you're saying on the forever chemicals, they don't go away.
Yeah, and these things can be produced from chemicals in fire extinguishers, all sorts of skin creams that people have disposed of, polish, all sorts of stuff like that. I mean, and if that gets into the water supply or water source, then you're going to have to think some sort of filtration solution if you haven't already got one.
Yeah.
Filtration, distillation, reverse osmosis, and so forth and so forth. You probably don't have to do all of them.
The problem is, though, some of these water filtration, like even the ones that claim to be 2 and 3 stage water filtration, I would not want to be trying to purify or filter out water using that water filter, because who knows if it's even rated for some of these chemicals. Even if it's got the active charcoal element with the ceramic outer housing, I mean, you would think that eventually you degrade your water filter to a point where you're now, sure, water's flowing through, but you're also getting all these chemicals that you thought were filtering out. I don't know. Like, so that's always been my question of how to deal with that.
A lot of people. Go on. Sorry, CR. Go on, carry on.
I was gonna say this is why those water filters are always not 100%. It's always 99, 90, 0.9, right? There's always because the filtration or the bacteria or viruses, whatever, is in the counts of millions, right? That's why they put 99, right? You're removing up to that, but there may be just that one that goes through, but it doesn't affect you. But
so you got to assess the risk. where you're getting
if
the
the
water
parts per
from.
million is high enough, if the parts per million is high enough, they could start affecting you.
Yeah, I mean, petrochemicals is going to be a huge problem. And just on the subject of water filtration, a lot of people, even though they may have water filters and all the gear just in case, a lot of people might not have the confidence to actually use it.
Yeah.
So we'll just boil it as well, just in case, sort of thing, as well. And thereafter, you're wasting more fuel burning and so on.
Yeah. And hopefully, the preparedness part would come through where it's like, I stored enough water to, and I can, stuff like that.
I was going to say that's where water storage. That's where water storage comes in handy, because you might be in a situation where you can't purify water. You might just simply have to leave, but your water storage should be enough to get you by until you're able to either get to your next destination, or maybe hopefully things will settle down enough to where you can actually use your water filtration. It'll actually, work. The other concern, is nuclear fallout, for when these a lot of these nuclear power plants go offline and the backup generation, runs out of fuel and everything like that, and can't keep those
rods in the
those
water,
rods
and
even the storage ponds that hold the spent fuel rods, keep those cool and keeping them from melting down and putting all this radioactive material into the air and into the groundwater.
Yeah, didn't was it the Minnesota nuclear plant that just leaks a load of
I heard about that
waste into the water supply?
I heard about that.
Into the river.
I'd have to take a look at that, but
they said it wasn't contaminated, but I mean, it's so close by. How can you totally be certain?
Yeah, well, it's just like what they were saying about Palestine, Ohio, with the train
same thing, right?
They've been, the water's safe, and they're saying that as there's like schools of dead fish floating on the surface of the rivers and everything like that.
Okay, then you drink the water and tell me.
Right. So, Minnesota nuclear plant leaked 400,000 gallons of radioactive water. Shuts down for repairs after second incident. Lovely.
Yeah, we are kind of getting a little bit off topic. I was just trying to, I want to kind of bring it back to the whole, waste removal and everything like that. But
but it's still important, right? The water is still important, right? Because it's going to be a thing that affects it, right? Waste is going to affect how much water you use, why you need to, because you still have to clean things.
I'll tell you something.
Whatever.
We did numerous exercises in Medicine Hat area. And it was the training area, funnily enough, was on the last virgin prairie in the world, Suffield. And it was drummed into us all the time, one specific sort of stat. And that was that 1 litre of oil can contaminate 1 million litres of groundwater.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So it brings us back to knowing where going to dispose things from too. So if you dispose oil in a place where it's eventually going to seep in and get into your water supply through wherever you're getting it from, then you're going to have a big problem in your hands.
Yeah.
Hey Bob, 942, good to see you, brother.
Bob.
Hello Bob.
Right. Bob.
Well, it actually makes me think. I'd seen something. You know what creosote is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd actually seen how to make your own creosote treated fence posts. It's like, that's actually kind of cool. So gives me something to look forward to, what to do with my waste motor oil whenever I'm changing motor oil to my own truck. Just use it to make creosote treated pieces of wood or pieces of lumber and fence posts. But like, it's pretty simple recipe. Now, I mean, again, I'm sure you guys probably know who the EPA is. It's U.S. government's Environmental Protection Agency, but allegedly, and like I said, I have to put this all in air quotes. Allegedly, the creosote's not good for the groundwater and it contaminates. But I don't know. I mean, they've been using creosote treatment for hundreds of years on lumber, especially here in over here in like the western parts of the United States. So I don't understand why all of a sudden we got all up up in arms on that. It's a better method than just straight up disposing of your oil, into the digging a hole and just dumping it into the hole and like, I'm not gonna think anything of it. What are you eating there?
What are you eating?
Just for you guys always talk about food. So for once, I'm gonna show food and get you guys hungry.
I don't even know what you're eating.
I'm just eating some meat here. My buddy cooked it up, so it's lunch.
Going back to the bubonic plague. Google I am village in Derbyshire, England.
Yeah.
All right, I'll have to check it out. I'll actually have to check out your channel there.
No, we got some more people in here. What's up, Josh? See you in there.
Hey, Gardener Josh. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
What's your thoughts on this ShadowScoutSwede? You're the one who came up with the subject for us to talk about.
Leonard.
Hi, Leonard. Yeah. You chime in.
Leonard.
This is we're just your co-host, co-pilot.
The other problem is I live in an apartment in an area. It's a lot of apartment complexes around here, so that will be difficult for me to go out just and dig a hole in the ground and bury the garbage. It's not possible, and burn it. It's not possible that too. So
you could. I personally would look at either throwing it over the window.
That's what I was saying.
Or
that's what I was saying last week.
It's going to get to a certain point where you're going to store it, double bag it in a separate room, or some form of place to isolate it, even if it's in a dead neighbour's house. The apartment opposite could all be dead. You segregate that as a place, or allocate a room where you can position it, double bag it, and so on. Otherwise, you're going to get a certain point where you're going to be at max.
Yeah, and I was going to bring up something too, because you gave me kind of a good idea. The other thing you could do is maybe network with whatever neighbors happen to still be alive. Maybe have maybe designate a responsibility like treat it like a rotational watch shift. We got today this person for for the first 4 hours from this time to this time, we're going to be manning the trash barrel and we're going to be burning trash. And then the next person is going to come and relieve that person, and they're going to keep burning trash, and we're just going to keep burning trash until it's gone. Like, I don't know. I guess that's probably about the only other thing I could think of for you, because, like I said, you do live in an apartment building. I don't even need to know what floor you live on, but I'm just going to assume
top floor.
Top floor, yeah. You're going to be walking up and down the stairs quite a bit.
Have you got access?
Yeah, people are going to notice you.
Shadow, have you got access to the roof?
No.
Can you? Is that you haven't got access legally, or not at all?
There are a hatch you can open to get to the roof, but you need a ladder for that. But I don't know if I'm allowed to open that hatch and get up there. So because that hatch is probably locked, so I can't get up there anyway. And
so you could get bolt croppers. No one's going to care. SHTF. You could have access to the roof, give you more storage space, or give you access to a place on the roof.
In emergency, right?
Yeah, you can burn it on the roof.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, you all right?
Hello, all.
Hey, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Good to see you.
Hey, preparedness veteran. One thing that people don't take in consideration is make sure they stockpile plenty of those contractor grade garbage bags, heavy duty garbage bags, especially if you're considering double bagging the trash and storing it somewhere.
Yeah.
In a designated room in the apartment, or in a designated unit in the apartment building, where the neighbors have died, like I said.
Yeah.
Having plenty of garbage bags is pretty handy. Like I said, I don't think I've got near enough, but I've got quite a few, more than the average person. I'll tell you that.
So do I. So do I.
The thing about it is, it's an easy thing to store. you can have hundreds of garbage bags.
Yeah,
they just
in an
roll up
area.
into more space.
In
For
an
what
area
they're,
about that big. Yeah.
Yeah. And for what they provide,
Multi-purpose.
and the use multi-purpose
Multi-purpose.
item, you just cannot afford not to have them.
Yeah, and I have to stress,
Quality.
the importance of contractor grade versus regular garbage bags. I mean, regular garbage bags will work to a point, but contractor grade, most of them they're guaranteed not to tear very easily, and a lot of them are designed in such a way that if you've put something sharp or kind of pokey in there, I mean, yeah, you can actually tear a hole into the side of the garbage bag, but it's less likely because there's more material to allow for that stretching.
Well, it's just the difference between like a cheap Mylar space blanket versus something a little bit that has a little bit more stretch that can handle it better.
Yeah.
I've put thought into this because I've got food stored, and up until the end of last summer, I was in a similar situation as Shadow. We lived in a rental house, and what I came up with for my situation then was bag it and walk it away from my house, because I've got food, they don't, and bag it up, walk it away from my house, and throw it somewhere away from my house. There are city garbage cans around, and if those are full, drop it there, but leave no identification about the address where it came from.
Yep.
I mean, you can't stack it up outside your house because people are going to go, so, hey, look, he's got cans of beans and blah, 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 blah.
That's what we were saying. Yeah, that's what
get it away.
Well, it's not just that. The birds are going to peck at it, open it up anyways, then people are going to start noticing it.
Oh,
yeah, they will.
Yeah, you got to remember those birds, the seagulls will peck at those bags and break it open. It happens all the time.
I had to deal with that. Yeah, I had to deal with that back when I was in the Navy. When we were stuck in the shipyards, we had this open dumpster, and we'd toss our trash in there, and the friggin' seagulls be ripping those garbage bags open, depositing chicken bones and all kinds of crap on top of the submarine. And what do you know? The guys who were on duty, me, would have to be out there cleaning the top side of the submarine, getting all that crap that those seagulls would bring up there.
Yeah, they'll spit up a chicken bone, don't they? I've seen them do it. Yeah,
the wide range it's a wide array. It's a wide ranging set of situations. It could be a situation where it's just the refuse collectors have stopped through whatever means, or it could be the extreme end of the scale where everything is completely kicked off into a Mad Max type scenario. But, I mean, if you can, I would say, it depends who your neighbours are. You could collude with the neighbours if you're in a block of flats and all come to an agreement where you all deposit your trash at certain times, or come down together and put it in a central depository. But unfortunately, this day and age, not everybody will be on board. You'll always get one.
Fish has brought up a good point. She says use it for raccoon bait. Wait till the raccoons and take your 22 and
Yeah, we were saying earlier. I mean, we're saying nothing in SHF is single use. So you separate everything you might think there's a use for later on, and everything else you could use as bait for animals to continue.
Well, you could be making stuff like the plastic bottles, the minnow traps, or whatever, sort of like along the lines of that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess for a lot of us,
cans you can use. You poke a hole on both sides, and you put them on a string, and you tie them between two trees, and you have an alarm system.
That's right. Yeah, and you get tin snips and take your metal cans, cut it and fold it open, and drive nails in it, and bury that just below the surface in your beauty bark around your house. Surprise! Don't come looking in my windows, man. Because if there's a disaster, that's your fault, not mine. Go ahead and sue me. There are no courts.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say.
It's one way to reuse your garbage. Metal cans.
If it's a disaster, then there's going to be some form of infrastructure still in place. So you could just literally leave it on the street, and someone at some time will come along, and there'll be some sort of cleanup operation.
Yeah.
But there's another scenario where you've got a lawless society that's all kicked off, and you literally can't go outside the house because you're exposing yourself to extra threats.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a big problem, where you're literally housebound. And I think that's what you're indicating at Shadow, in that sort of scenario where you're housebound and you can't go out due to some external threat, whether it's environmental or human factor, you know.
Well, or you don't want to draw attention.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Because if you draw attention, because you put your garbage outside, you're can
on
have
someone's
serious
radar.
problems. Yeah.
Yeah, you're on someone's radar then.
Yeah, and that will not be fun. So you want to try to keep a low profile as possible.
I'll also think about having some sort of PPE to get rid of this waste. Goggles, mask, gloves. The last thing you're going to be doing is scratching yourself on a rusty tin or the tin that you disposed of previously.
Yep.
Yeah,
Or
and
water or hand sanitizer might be a luxury.
Yeah.
Or you just burnt your hands because
Or you got to save it, right?
Burn the waste in a big hole.
Maccabees everyday survival.
Hey, Mac.
Welcome, my friend.
Yeah, my wife grew up in martial law, and there were times when they couldn't leave their house for a week at a time. You can't go outside.
Yeah.
Garbage, you just deal with it. It's inside the building. Get over it. I mean, that's just how it had been for them, you know.
Another thing I was thinking about when it comes to garbage and waste is if some of your family members get wounded and you have all this blood and things, that you need to put that waste in special bags, because that can be a huge problem if you
biohazard.
Yeah, biohazard. Exactly. So you can make your situation much worse if you get a leak from that.
Okay.
What you could
do,
let
me ask you.
Go
on. So I think we're agreeing that separating the stuff is a good idea. I think we're all in agreement on that. Separating it to like biohazard stuff, the food stuff, let's say stuff that doesn't smell, doesn't really attract, stuff like a dry piece of cardboard or whatever, right? And then things you can reuse, and things that you may have to incinerate.
Yeah.
So, and keeping that all separate.
What you could do is adopt a method where all your preps are in storage containers, whether they're metal, plastic bins or totes or whatever. And once you use the contents of that bin, all the waste goes back in that bin.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've considered doing exactly that too.
Yeah,
so
I've looked into it. Yeah.
Effectively, you're not creating the need for any extra room. It just goes back in there, and you're left with the same volume as you started with. A load of boxes. They might be lighter, but they're just full of trash, you know.
Yeah.
You know, that reminds me of something like, for some people, have you guys ever seen industrial balers or commercial balers that they use for stuff? Like, like I've seen one for cardboard, right? And I'm just thinking to myself, if I had
the box balers,
yeah, I was thinking if I had to do something like that, let's say you weren't burning it yet, or you can't, or you don't want to, just find all the cardboard, or just stack it up and just see. Usually, what I do is put all the boxes into a bigger box and just keep it in that volume, and just keep sliding more the cardboard in until it's bursting from the seams, right?
That way, I thought it was going to be till it was too heavy for you to lift up.
No, it's not be too heavy. That's something I do.
I worked with a lady from the city of Cavite up on Luzon same age as me, and she grew up during the Marcos martial law years when martial law was really hardcore. And she said there were sometimes they'd be in their house for 2 weeks. You know, take a dump. Well, You do it where you can, contain it as you can, and just and garbage and all that and blood. They had blood because if you go outside, you get shot, and you just deal with it. And I asked her, well, where do you get food? You don't.
Yeah.
Hopefully you already have it.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah.
There was a while back, like I said, I was a kid. I won't say I was like 15 or 16 years old. There was a kind of like a TV series / movie that came on, and they did one thing that does stand out to me. They did an excellent thing of illustrating was what do you do with the trash in a situation where, you know, things have kind of deteriorated, not to the point where government services are not existent and the government itself is not existent. It's just there's a major disturbance as far as supply chain goes, you know, and being able to haul out the trash. They showed these neighborhoods, like I said, this is upscale. Well, not, I wouldn't say upscale. I'd say probably mid you know, middle class neighborhoods. Okay, everybody's got their trash cans out there in the corner, and there is just mountains and mountains of trash bags full of trash just piled all the way around their trash cans, spilling out into the gutter on the street. You know, it's just like, if it's a bad enough situation, there are going to be a lot of people piling the trash out there, and you may or may not. It's
already happening in some places.
Everybody, you know, I'm just, as far as that goes, gosh dang, I had something else.
I've learned a lot from the people from Southeast Asia who've lived through it. And this is not about trash, but it is about blood. Was the same lady in Cavite. Her mom was pregnant. She was a little girl, and she had 2 or 3 little brothers and sisters, and they were locked in their house. They couldn't go out. And a guy came and pounded on the door, and he pushed his way through the door, because a lot of the houses there are just junk, you know.
Yeah.
He got his way in the house, and he was covered with blood because he got shot. These are situations that you know, if there is some disaster, you're going to run into it. And I said, well, what did you do? She said the whole family had to get covered in blood because they had to grab this guy and throw him back outside. And her mom was big preggy, and Carol was the oldest in the family, and so everybody had to push this bloody guy back out of the house. And I asked her, well, what happened to him? She just says, I don't know. But we needed to get. Yeah, he probably did. He probably got shot, you know, by the law enforcement or by the military. But yeah, now you're covered with blood. And now you know, you just gotta, there's a lot of stuff. There are no solutions. You just have to deal with it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And the problem is they were probably covered in blood. So that dude's blood, and they need to take those clothes off and wash their hands.
Contaminated.
Because you don't know what that dude
what kind of disease
he's carrying on.
If you have the resources to do that.
If you have resources.
Spare clothes.
Yeah.
Just put all the clothes into one bag and just set it at the side.
And actually, I'm glad you brought up the whole clothing aspect. You know, not a whole lot of people keep extra clothes on hand or keep a whole lot of laundry detergent in hand. If you do have laundry detergent and you do have a lot of clothes, do you have enough water stored up? And do you have an alternate means of washing your clothes? And then after you're done, what do you do with that wastewater from washing your clothes?
Use it to wash away your shit. Use it as gray water to wash away your shit. You know?
Reuse the gray water, right?
Pour it on top of your own pile of species, and maybe that'll kill the maggots. You know, I mean, that's really what you do with it. And I really urge any of you guys on YouTube, if you can find someone from Southeast Asia to be able to converse openly with, which is hard. Most people in Asia won't talk about the hard times. Most of them won't. But once you gain their trust, you can learn so much from them. Like that paint can stove that I made. It's out underneath the gazebo right now. That's how they cooked on the run, going from city to city where they were seeking safety. That's all they had, was just a simple paint can with a couple holes cut in it. And,
yeah.
you know, but there's a lot of stuff you just have to suck it up. You just, what do? You do without.
Yeah.
Yep.
And reuse whenever you can.
I was going to say another person, you know, like you said, if you know anybody who lived through the Bosnian Civil War, that'd be another good source of information. You know, like I said, good information source as far as to talk about, okay, what would an actual modern day Civil War look like, especially in an urbanized area, and then, but not to mention, how did they go about day-to-day activities? What did they do to make it through? You know, a lot of them said, you know, like I've listened to like a lot of interviews with a lot of these survivors of the Bosnian Civil War, and they talk about, you know, for a lot of us survived because we had guns. You know, the government came in and confiscated all the weapons, but we had some stored away that they didn't know about, and because we had guns, we survived. It was literally the difference between, you know, somebody taking advantage of us and not being able to take advantage of us. What did we do with our trash? We had to burn a lot of our trash. A lot of different things. If we had rolls of toilet paper, we traded it off for other things that we absolutely needed.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
I did 6 months in Bosnia, and I saw all that sort of stuff firsthand, and they just didn't care. They just throwing it everywhere, basically.
Yeah.
The priority wasn't trash at that point.
No, it was being able to food, water, and stay alive.
Yeah, and staying alive was the big one, because
and not getting capped in Sniper Alley.
Yeah, that's right. It's an interesting book. It's free on Amazon. Well, last time I downloaded it was. It's called Go West. It's called, and it's a memoir of this bloke wrote it. It's called The Go West: A Memoir for My Sons, Our Family's Journey and Khmer Rouge Life Experiences.
Oh yeah, the Khmer. Oh God, man, that's Cambodia, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, SIDETH, 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 D, Niev, NIEV. Go West. It's got a good little book to read. Not too long. It's got a good little read.
There was a couple of movies I had seen about the Khmer Rouge. One of them was The Killing Fields, and then the other one, I think, what was it? Was it called First They Came for My Father or something like that? I can't remember. I think it was
Watch that movie again. Watch it again, because it was written by that little girl who lived through it.
Yeah.
And I really urge you to watch it 5 or 6 or 8 times, because pay attention to the beginning of when the children soldiers who were rounded up out in the jungle and the suburban areas were armed, and they were brainwashed by the comrade commissars, because the communists start out in the countryside. They always do. And they came into Phnom Penh and emptied the city. Look at the flags they're flying, and look at the Antifa flags and the BLM flags. It's all the same, dude. And when they showed how Phnom Penh was rounded up and everyone was escorted out, that's real bug out. If you look, by the time they get done walking for miles and miles, Dad had a 2-gallon water jug and a bag of rice. One of the little girls carried a little cast iron, like a teapot, like a cooking pot, and Mom carried one of the younger children, and that's real bug out. Pay attention to that stuff. And also see who the communists first started killing was the religious people. The monks started killing them right off, beating them to death, working them to death. And watch that movie 5 times, 6 times, 8 times. It'll show you what real bug out is like. It's not, I'll just end it there.
No, I'm glad.
Yeah, we understand.
But I think the other, like I said, I didn't know it was the monks they were going after first, but I do know that they were going after like educators, anybody who wore glasses, who they thought were intelligent, doctors, killing them.
Yeah, the monks couldn't conceal who they were, because they wore robes of colorful robes.
Yeah,
and they showed a very quick scene of how they're having the monks alongside the main highway where they are evacuating the city, digging out ditches and things like that and beating them while they're digging them. And how could you have religion when all you need is the state to worship? You are lazy, worthless people. But look at the flags when the children soldiers first showed up in Phnom Penh. Red and black flags, same stuff Antifa flies right now. They're the same people. They're here.
Yeah.
They're here right now.
And I know there was also a scene at the beginning too, when everything, like they show the family. It's like, if you didn't know any different, you would thought this was, 20th century, 21st century, modern day United States, show them in this nice house and everything.
Yeah.
But, the beginning scene, when everything's starting to fall apart, you see them, they're gathering up the guns. They are piling them up in the street, nobody's allowed to have firearms. No private ownership of firearms at all. But we're getting way off topic, but oh my gosh, I love talking about this kind of stuff, because it does a pretty good job illustrating, the gravity of the situation. But unfortunately, if something like this were to happen again, I don't know if it would do enough illustrating,
Well, real world situations are the things to look at because people experience it before.
Well,
lessons and so on.
And you can actually see that it's happening.
Yeah, you may not be in a situation where you're on your own. You could be in an isolated enclave or an isolated town, isolated city,
region.
Isolated
Yeah.
People look at the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. There's a bunch of articles about how Israel has effectively turned the West Bank in a big sewage dump because Palestine, the villages in Palestine haven't got the infrastructure left to get rid of its wastewater and sewage.
That's just another example of many places.
Yeah, the whole area has got a waste and garbage problem.
Yeah.
So you may not be as an individual.
Yeah.
You might have to it might be a collective community problem. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, exactly right. Because in time, it probably would be in terms of trash. Because we're assuming that the trash is just going to stay there. Things like wind and other things are going to take it places. The birds are going to rip it open. It's nice neat pile. No. Give it a couple of days. The birds will get into it. The wind will blow it around, and all that stuff. It'll just be a mess everywhere.
I'll just call this article up I was talking about just now, and disregard my views on Israel and Palestine. It's not relevant, but
sure.
Part of this article says toxic wastelands. Mohammed Matawe, an agricultural engineer at the Union of Agricultural Work Committees, which is a Palestinian NGO, explains that the untreated sewage has left a wide-ranging effect on his land that it pours onto. These include destroying the soil and changing its biological composition, consequently causing the trees to die, which is a widespread phenomenon across the West Bank. The residents of the village of, how you're supposed to say that, Qariot, south of Nablus, also recently discovered sewage on their lands too. So it's spreading problems. We're not aware of the amount of sewage being pumped on the village lands until recently. Then it goes on, but Google it. I mean, it's quite an interesting look at a community aspect of a waste problem.
It's a long-term effect too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we have to keep dealing with it on and on and on and on until for the rest of humanity. You all know that.
It's a creeping effect as well because, like the situation in Palestine, Israel. I mean, that's been going on for years, and all of a sudden, people don't realise it until it gets to critical mass, and at that point, too late. You can't do anything with it. It's a large-scale clean-up operation to get it right, and they haven't got the equipment to take it back to what it was or how it should be.
Yeah.
It might be contaminated beyond use.
billions and billions of dollars to clean up the site.
Yeah.
Not enough money or resources or manpower or people power to even do it. So it just keeps scaling. It just keeps spiraling downwards. It just gets worse.
I was going to say, in a situation like that, you better hope that if you're out in the country, you better hope that you're not downstream of anything. You better hope that you're upstream, because I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of crap that's going to be in the waterways. It's going to be in the you got natural creek or something running through your property.
Yeah, that's for sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's not only going to be in that waterway, but it's also going to contaminate your local groundwater, the groundwater table in that area.
Yes, even if you have filters, all that stuff, like those filters are generally rated for, let's say, whatever, the 1,000 gallons, whatever. That's with clear water, prestige, like lake water kind of deal.
Yeah.
It's not meant for heavy contamination, because once you start putting that through, it's not clog it.
Yeah.
I mean, you would probably want to pre-filter your water as much as you could before putting it into your whatever.
A lot of people actually say, you want to try to strain the water. They advise, having like an old T-shirt or something tied off at the top of your gravity-fed water filtration. You dump your water in, it strains it, and some people will get really when you say really technical the way they build it. They will use they'll use several layers of shirt, and they'll have like sand and like pieces of ground up charcoal in between that they use to pre-strain and pre-filter before they put it through their actual water filtration.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that would be important.
I know, like for instance, like like I said, I've got my Electric Pure Pro, which is a gravity-fed water filtration. Each ceramic filter it comes with is rated for 5,000 gallons of water each. Mm-hmm. Allegedly, it can filter out like heavy metals and stuff like that, but I don't know how well it would do for pesticides or like many of the forever preparedness veteran was talking about, like the different petrochemicals.
Exactly.
People want to be conscious when it gets to a certain point to mark where they're burying things, disposing of items. It could be radioactive, chemical, contaminated clothes. Where you bury them could have knock-on effects for later on down the line, and the bodies too. Body sounds an obvious thing, but where was I? When I was in Kosovo, I came across a mass grave. Mass grave, I'm talking 7-8 people. They weren't marked. The only way we discovered it was the rain had washed away the top soil, and there was skulls exposed just under the surface. And it was marked. People could have been using that down the line for all sorts of reasons. Marking your territory is what you need to do.
I know that we used to call it a slit trench at a hunting camp. We'd all crap in that.
Yep.
And then when we left, we'd bury it and then shove a stick in it with a wrapped around piece of toilet paper on the top of the stick.
Right.
Every other hunter back in the day, we knew what that meant. That's a shithole, so.
Yeah.
Don't dig it up. Don't disturb it.
Yeah, just leave it there. Leave it alone. Don't ever dig one of those near a creek or a stream or anything, because that stuff does leach through. But now I'm going to bounce, guys. I'm going to do a little bit of yard work. I'll be by the garage door, and I'll sit here to listen while you guys are chit-chatting.
All right. Well, take care, man.
Talking to you, Bob.
Peace out, guys.
Yeah.
Shadow.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, because we always do all the talking.
Really
I noticed.
Your guest panel always hijacks your own stream, man.
I'm sorry, but
well, I agree about that. You can contaminate a water source if you dig your latrine too close to the
Mhm.
water source. I understand that is something I agree with. And
Mhm.
so you need to keep it further away from it.
If,
The best you can.
if
Yeah.
you're in a large town or city, concrete jungle scenario, then trash, garbage, waste, all that sort of stuff, I don't think it's going to be that much of a problem, because before you get to the stage where you run out of space to put things,
Yeah.
dispose of things, or put it in the corner, wherever, you're going to be your main priority is going to be water. And
Yeah.
if the water
Yeah.
system's gone off, then you'll probably run out of water at that stage, unless you've already got some sort of rain harvesting system in place, or you're making one.
Yeah, or if you do what I do and you've got about 300 gallons of water stored up on site.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I've got a 450 litre stainless steel water tank and 125 litres in my bug out vehicle.
Yeah.
It's backup. It's number one priority, definitely.
Yeah.
Konnichiwa, Fumina. Good to see you again.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa, hajime mashita.
Yeah.
So
But-
I was thinking.
sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just thinking, right, because it kind of relate this into the real world here, and kind of like a thought experiment or being in someone else's shoes, right? None of us are in that. We might have had experience, but we're not in those shoes right now, right? Some people are actually in those shoes right now, having to deal with it. France, for example, right? Prime example, right there.
Thinking South Africa right now. You know,
Well,
their
but
infrastructure's getting
okay,
destroyed.
but I mean, I'm thinking of like, it's because a country area would be a little bit different. You have more options, but let's say in an urban, suburban type of environment, right? Because as it's building up and stuff like that, right? What would your guys' first couple steps would be? Like, let's say the first couple days of it. You know, let's just say hypothetically, your area, we all live in this suburban area, urban area, regardless if you don't, right? But we do know people that might, right? And
Yeah.
you know, this situation. Oh, there's a strike going on. You know, hey, Baroness Veteran, Steve, Shadow. You know, you think it's gonna go on for a long time? Should we take steps to, you know, be proactive about it and stuff like that? So, just to kind of get your guys' thoughts on that. Like, I know we're kind of going through it, but as an actual example, like, what would you guys do if you were in France right now, personally? Like, you can't change the system per se, but what can you do about the waste?
For me, you've got to continually be assessing, taking in information at hand, trying to decide what's going to happen. I mean, we haven't got crystal balls, but you can make a best guess.
Yeah.
And you try and maintain normality as much as possible until the facility stops. So the garbage stops. Then you're into the next step, your refuse plan, whether that's being how you dispose of it, burn it, or you put it in the trash bins until they're full, or whatever. But yeah, you've got to continually be looking ahead and taking the information in from all sources to estimate is the situation going to continue or not.
Okay. Because another reason I bring this up is now I'm considering it as residential, people with homes and stuff like that. What about business? Well, that means if your business is still running, technically, you're still trying to make some money to pay the bills or whatever, but this is going on. You know, your restaurant, right? What do you start doing?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, the reality is a lot of that trash is just like, if we're just talking about the trash aspect, a lot of that's just going to keep piling up. That's going to be, you know, the end of the day, that's what's going to happen. And if your business is located in a very densely populated area where you've literally got back alleys where the garbage trucks are supposed to go up and down the streets, you know, up and down to, you know, empty each individual dumpsters, and that's where the trucks come in to deliver food supplies for these different restaurants, eventually that alleyway is going to get completely plugged up with trash, quite literally.
Impassable.
You're not going to impassable for any sort of vehicle traffic. In fact, might even be so bad you can't even have foot traffic back there. But which is going to bring you back to my other conversation, which is, if you're a restaurant, I mean, who's to say you're still going to be in business? Who's to say that people are going to be out there buying, going and eating out? That's a luxury.
Oh, it smells. It smells.
Unless your business is being used for government relief, okay, now your restaurant's been turned basically into a soup kitchen. But then again, I would think that somehow, probably not a good idea to depend upon the government, but I would think the government would have to have something set up to where there's a way for that trash to get removed, because when that trash piles up, you are just inviting in disease, pestilence, like I said, rats.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be rats. There's going to be roaches. They're going to be everywhere, and they're going to find their ways into your food storage.
Yeah.
And just like how when you get cold, it takes longer to warm up. As this goes on, there will be more and more. It won't just disappear in one day, even if they say, "Okay, we're picking it up tomorrow." No, it's going to take time.
Well, Baltimore, Maryland, they had a rat problem because they were having issues where they couldn't get the trash removed out of the cities. I don't remember everything that happened, but there was like a lot of people lost their jobs, and like I said, there's a lot of homelessness that was going on. But they had a major rat crisis that actually made itself on the Fox News. And they were talking about it for a while there. But like I said, a lot of it was just because of the accumulated trash in the streets.
Yep. It just started to add up day after day, week after week.
Yeah. And the rat problem didn't go away overnight. In fact, to my knowledge, I don't even know if they even, ever got the whole rat problem, under control.
Mm-hmm. Because I was thinking, because you said you used to do that. So you would know that, and I've said this to Shadow and some other people before, where a truck can only be filled up so much. It has to carry it, dump it off, and then come back. That takes time. Even normal day-to-day activities, that takes time, right?
Yeah.
You see it in urban environments all the time, right? The truck has to fill up, it goes somewhere, drops it off, then comes back.
I worked 12 and 14-hour shifts every single day when I was driving garbage trucks. Some days I worked 18-hour shifts, and that was only if the truck broke down. But
So as soon as it fills up, you got to drive and dump it off.
Yep. Yeah. And like literally, the truck can only carry so much trash before the packing blades are incapable of packing any more trash in the back of the truck. Or in my case,
the hydraulics.
Or in my case, the latch on the tailgate of the body that actually held the trash, like you'd have a latch that would actually pop open, come loose. And like now you got trash starting to poke out. It's like you're running a risk of accidentally dumping trash in the street. So
I get that.
The other problem I was thinking of when trash begins to pile up is the risk to hurt yourself on it. Yeah. Because you never know, you have no idea what people put in their trashes. It could be needles, it could be sharp things you can get hurt.
Glass.
Yeah, glass.
It could be broken glass in there, right?
Oh people man, don't even get me started. There was all kinds of crazy shit that people threw away that they were not supposed to throw away, like containers of motor oil, containers of wet paint. It's hazardous waste, by the way. Anything electronic, electronics, like computers, TVs, it's all hazardous waste because they got the silicone used to make the semiconductors and those, it's hazardous. The capacitors, those could actually catch fire if they discharge, incorrectly. They can actually catch fire. The batteries, the lithium batteries, and the laptops and everything like that. Hazardous waste.
Well, I was just thinking, hopefully someone that's a scrapper then. That does metal scrapping. Maybe they'll take it off your hands.
Yeah, but they got to figure out a way to do
no.
What they're going to do with the unusable portions of that.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I know.
Usually those people, they're only after one element, and that's trying to harvest all the gold out of the circuit boards of the electronics.
Or the copper, the brass, and so forth, right? Usually
I don't know if there's brass, but there's copper and there's silver.
Well, no, I'm talking about scrapping in general. I know
Oh.
some of those scrapping channels out there. They always go through all of that, right? It's worth something, right? It's just that.
Yeah,
But
scrap metals.
the plastics they don't deal with, right? So that's their waste.
That's right. Scrap metal isn't a problem to get rid of normally because
No.
we just leave it out on the pavement, and the gypsies will come along and get it. And they'll take it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Oh
why
my
you call it
God.
out there.
Well, I'll tell you.
Okay. Now, I'm learning from you, Professor Spencer. I'm learning.
Oh, yeah.
I'm learning the terminology.
The travellers, the Irish travellers who don't really travel, they're dotted around UK, and they've got they set up little communes, if you like, everywhere. They normally just find a bit of land and plant themselves there. Anyway, a couple of months ago, I had to get rid of a rotavator, an old rotavator, because we've got a new one, and it was knackered basically. So we didn't want to sell it because we would get pittance for it. We couldn't put it in the bin, too big. Couldn't take it to the recycling centre because it's got loads of components in it, and you've got to break it down and segregate it. And so what we did, we left it out on the pavement amongst a load of other scrap bits of metal, bits of lead, piping, and all this sort of stuff. And literally 20 minutes later, Jipbo's come along, picked it up, and away they went. They weigh it in. They go around all the time. You leave anything out there.
If you put a free sign, somehow it's just like a calling card, right? It's like, okay.
Yeah. Oh, we also had because we had a family member that died, so we were in the house clearing it basically, and he used to. I'm sort of swear he used to be a prepper. Bags and bags of stuff, everything you can collect, it was there. Anyway, 4 or 5 big bags of potatoes. Some of them were rotten. Bags and bags of apples. So we put them into separating the good ones and the bad ones. Plonked them out on the pavement, free to a good home. Minutes later, someone stopped, took them all away. But that's that's in peacetime. In any sort of apple core, any sort of other event, then that's a different scenario, isn't it? Another example
of course.
At the moment is Ukraine. Ukraine have had weeks and weeks of no power. Their infrastructure's completely trashed on the eastern side.
Crumbling.
The front lines are crumbling.
I put a free to a good home sign on that, and nobody wanted to take it.
Right, if you put that on the pavements where we are, the travellers will come and take it because the way that.
It's like I just used the washroom and came back; it was already gone.
The only thing they won't take is sofas and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, because
over here we've got to you've got to have a permit to go to the recycling centre. There's no dumps anymore. You go to the recycling centre, you show your permit, and you go in and you've got to put all your trash in segregated. Big
Welcome,
bins.
Miss Worm. Good to see you.
I miss Worm.
If you've got a business, you can't do that. You've got to pay to take your trash to a recycling centre, and it's quite a lot of money. It's about £800 a year, and even then, you only have one trip a month, and on each of those trips, you can take certain items and so on. And that's why you get a lot of people over here driving a van out into the middle of nowhere, opening the back doors and chucking out all sorts.
Oh yeah, that's why you see it everywhere.
Yeah, this happens over here in the United States, man.
Here in
illegal
Canada,
dumping is illegal dumping. People do that crap. It pisses me off. I'll see somebody dump out like an old oven or an old refrigerator or some crap, and it's like, this is a pristine, Western, friggin' nature. Well, it's not even a nature reserve, but it's kind of, nature, nice and pristine, except for you got this pile of crap that somebody decided to just illegally dump because they didn't want to pay. They didn't want to pay the $25 or $80 it costs to, take that stuff to a landfill.
Yeah, it always seems to be mattresses or sofas.
Yeah.
Well,
it's anything.
Hopefully, you don't
from
have to get one of those
mattresses to applications. People just illegally dump.
Like I said earlier, if people behave like that now, they won't even be bothered if any sort of other event occurs. Any SHTF,
Yeah.
WRL
And mind you,
situations.
that's just a small segment of the population that does it. Just imagine if everybody did that too.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. So Ukraine, they've a lot of the towns there which have been without power for weeks and months. I haven't really delved into it, but I'm sure they must have some sort of garbage problem if they're bothered. Because you look at some of the Ukrainian towns and cities, they're completely bombed out and trashed. So who really cares what you do with your rubbish? You toss it aside amongst the your house that was once there. It's now a roof. So, yeah, I think that the biggest problem will be in a self-contained abode, apartment, flat, house. If the more space you got, garden and bit of land, obviously you can segregate an area, but or burn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be
Yeah,
more
I agree with you.
concerned. I think the biggest problem will be human waste and getting rid of that, because you can segregate other items. I mean, food waste you can separate from packaging waste, because packaging waste is it's just dry stuff basically.
Yeah, that's what I would do for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say for the packaging waste too. If you, and I'm not talking about having a burn barrel. I'm talking about if you had like a wood burning stove, for heat and alternative means of cooking and everything like that, like a cardboard and everything. I'd be burning that. I'd be using that to start my fires in my stove or to stoke a fire up. Fire starting to burn itself out. We've got some hot coals and embers down there, and just put a couple pieces of cardboard, newspaper, whatever we got. That's considered to be trash to burn.
Yeah.
Well, you could be doing that instead of like, oh, I don't have to use this fire first, or I'll use this first because we have lots of this right now.
I mean, if people aren't fully prepared, and you have, say, grid down, and they got their big chest freezer, and all the food in that spoils.
Mm-hmm.
You obviously try to salvage what you can out of there, but what do you do? Leave it in the freezer and just let it rot in the self-contained unit? Or...
I guarantee a lot of people are going to do exactly what you just said there. Leave it in there to rot.
Oh, yeah. And you know what happens? No one's done even open it. It's just to be like off to the side.
Yeah. I mean,
mold will start growing, right? Mold would start growing in it too.
For me,
you don't want to even touch it.
I know if you leave a freezer closed, like you got like a deep chest freezer, and you leave it closed, power went out. In ideal, normal circumstances, you could expect that freezer to keep your food cold up to like 72 hours. After that, it's going to start melting. But like for me, I've got
it's just like a cooler.
As much as I could, and I'd eat whatever I couldn't can, I'd eat. But like so, I guarantee a lot of that stuff's going to still go to waste.
Don't they? Freezers and fridges have drain holes.
Yeah, I think so. Like so I think there's like a plug or something.
Right. So I mean, if you got a big chest freezer and it spoils and you leave it with no power, will the water drain out and spill outside onto the floor?
I'm sure that'd probably be a case for some of these freezers. At least the one over here in this house. I think there's like I said, there's a rubber stopper inside the drain.
Right. I mean, if you're in a flat like you, Shadow, the apartment, I mean, you could be completely squared away. However, your neighbours, if you've got someone above you, below you, to the sides, if they've died or if they haven't got their stuff sorted out, you could have stuff coming through the ceiling, smells building up so bad because that you might it could be completely unlivable.
He won't have to worry about it coming through the ceiling because he said you live on the top floor. So unless there's somebody up, somebody who managed to gain access to the roof and died on the rooftop, maybe might have something coming through the floor.
Or died in the air vent.
Yeah.
Or if you got other people.
Oh, I've seen this.
Someone lives above you, or even your next door neighbour, they can cause problems for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my friend experienced that with during the winter time. One of the pipes broke a couple of floors above him. He had water in his apartment, 2 floors down. So yes, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah.
It was a big hassle too. Everything's wet. All the clothes are wet. You know, you gotta let air dry all out. I mean, my
Yeah.
friend's moved out since, but I was just like, yeah,
In that situation, you'd hope that you have renter's insurance because, yeah, a lot of stuff's going to be water damaged. You know, water damaged with mildew or with mold.
and you don't know how clean that water is.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, it might not have a smell, but it's probably not that clean.
I'm not sure. Again, I have to say this. I have to assume a lot of stuff between us, you know, between Canada and U.S. has got to be pretty similar. But a lot of these buildings over here, even like the apartment buildings, they have a central, what the hell they call it, fire suppression system with sprinklers.
Okay.
A lot of people don't understand is that water that's in those sprinklers is not clean. It is beyond not clean, and it's because that water, it's just stale water, stagnant water that's been sitting in those pipes in the same spot.
Well, it's an emergency water.
Yeah, it's emergency water. It's not meant to be flowing, you know, free flowing and everything like that.
Or drank out of, right? It's
Yeah.
fires.
Like you said,
it's like gray water.
Theoretically, I'm sure, you know, when it was first put in those pipes, it probably was drinkable. It was probably potable at one point in time, but with it just sitting in the pipes and just being stagnant all the time, you know, you get all that rust and everything. So it's like, the water smells swampy. It has got a muddy color to it when one of those sprinklers first goes off. And like I said, classic examples, people hanging clothing or hanging clothing hangers or hanging items off those sprinklers. They end up breaking the sprinkler head, and then before you know it, you've got hundreds of gallons of water per minute flowing into that room because somebody accidentally busted the sprinkler head. And like I said, it's muddy, swampy colored water. Like it does not smell good. It stinks, you know. So yeah, I can only imagine having something like that. You know, I'm living in this theoretical apartment building or flat or whatever you guys like to call it, and they got all this water pouring through several floors down into my apartment, you know, because somebody upstairs was an idiot and decided to hang their dry cleanings off of the stupid sprinkler head.
Or get the window open when it's like well below freezing and the pipe burst because it froze. Yeah, and you can't control that. You can't control people above you, right? So, hence, that's why that's why I'm a big proponent of actually covering, like, if you have certain items like a go bag or we'll say for that, or certain little things, cover it up. So, because my friend was telling me, they're like, oh, my clothes got ruined, but some of those clothes I had in the bag was fine because I didn't have to worry about that, right? So they still had dry clothes to change into. So it was back to the garbage bags, right? Steve, you like them, right? And the contractor bags. So I mean, like, to me, it's just a no-brainer now for me. It's just like I don't have to worry about that at home, but just just in case, maybe I take a stumble with cup or whatever, right? It's like I stumble. Oh, I got over my bag, but don't worry, I covered it with a garbage bag, so it's dry still. It's not. I don't have to do all this hassle of drying it out now, because if you get water contamination, like water coming down or things coming up from a sewer line, it's a big hassle. Because now you gotta divert all. Yeah, me too, right? It stinks, and you gotta dry everything out, and hopefully still use it. Hopefully,
luckily for us, it didn't back up that bad, and also there was no flooring on it, like you said, backed up into the basement. The basement was only partially finished. There was no flooring on the basement floor. It was just literally concrete. That was it.
I was glad I had stuff on blocks and stuff like on wooden blocks to get off the ground, but I had to move those wooden blocks into the sun to let them all air dry out.
Yeah. Now, but like, for some items, in a situation, like I said, it doesn't matter if it's sewage backup or, you're living in an apartment building and somebody freaking breaks a pipe or something like that. For some items that I have stored away, if they get wet, that's it. They're done. I have to throw it away. You know, classic example, all those cases of toilet paper that I have stockpiled up. You know, those get wet. It doesn't matter if I let them dry out. They're going to not be any good.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing if it was fresh water, clean water, but...
Well, I'm just saying, even if it was fresh, clean water, you know, that toilet paper is going to be, it's just going to, you know, if it dries out, it's just going to be a big old stuck up mess. You know, you're not going to have little nice little neat sheets to unroll. It'll be a big old paper clump.
Yeah.
Big wad.
And the paper gets stiff too, so.
Yeah, we understand. No one likes stiff paper.
So, Shadow, that's me. I'm going out, and we'll catch you all later. See you.
Take care, Piranha Spencer.
No worries.
Always nice to hear from you.
See you. I'll catch you later. Good talking to you.
Yeah, good talking to you too.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no worries. So we'll catch you all a bit. See you later.
Yeah.
Take care.
Will do. Take care. Stay safe.
Okay, Shadow. Now you take over while I catch my breath. Me and Steve, we're just gonna listen now, right, Steve. We're just gonna listen for 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to lose my voice.
Actually, I'm gonna go grab a bottle of water real quick. Another bottle.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah. Many of these things I've mentioned before, one way or another, or privately to people, but I always want to hear your point of view, Shadow. Like I said, I like to hear other people's point of view. Well, because, like I said, we all live in different areas and stuff like that, seasons and all that stuff. But just like last week, what we were talking about, like understanding someone else's point of view or being in their shoes, right? So, because a lot of people move too, right? Some people move here or here, but you know people, family members, right? So, you know, maybe, you know, I don't live in an apartment, but, you know, I have friends that do, or family members, then, you know, maybe I can pass some knowledge down to them, so to speak. Oh, yeah, I know, you know, I met him for YouTube or whatever, and, you know, was just saying that, you know, he's trying this out, right? You know, maybe it might help them, right? For example.
Yeah.
Because you actually have, per se, experience in it because you're actually in that situation. In an apartment or something like that.
In an apartment for a short term, you can handle it pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty well.
I think, you know, the first, you know, 1 or 2 weeks, most people can handle it. However, with that said, I've seen
after
people.
That, it would be terrible.
Yeah, so it'll be terrible. Yeah, exactly. Because I've seen people fill up garbage bins very, very fast. Where I am, all right. And just imagine if that service was limited. Let's just say it wasn't even just not existing, but limited. Let's just say only half the people can work. So we got to pick up the garbage every 2 weeks now, or whatever, something like that, right? Can people last long enough? You know, because I've seen people fill up like where it's like the lid's coming off, or it's like sticking out. Right?
Go and do your chores. You have to do that.
It's all good. Take care.
It's all good. Take care. Stay safe. God bless.
Suck. Oh yes, but yeah, that's what
I have been thinking about.
Okay.
I have been thinking about this because I'm living in an apartment, and I have analyzed it, and I found that it will be difficult because after a while you will reach a certain point where you can't store more in your apartment or your balcony or in the basement.
There'll be an upper, there's going to be an upper limit on how long you can keep it around for.
Exactly.
Or store it. Right? See, this is one for everyone out there that's listening. You know, in a given week or two, look at how much garbage you accumulate or have to put out, and realize what happens if that was delayed by a week, 2 weeks, indefinitely. How
In
much?
2 weeks, you can produce a lot of garbage.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, like, and let's just assume that you have multiple family members. It's not just you and a wife, single bachelor, bachelorette, or something like that. You have 6 or 7 kids.
Yeah. Family of 4.
That's not, some of them can build it up so fast. It's just like, what I see would have, let's say for Steve or you, Shadow, and your wife, or some other people that are single, have for garbage in 3 weeks. A family of 6 or 7 would do it in like a couple days. Maybe.
Yep. Shit. I have to empty out the trash upstairs. I have to empty out the trash upstairs. I'd say once every day or every other day. Like I said,
but that's just a small bit, but
Yeah, it's small kitchen trash, but and like I said, I'm renting. I'm sharing.
Okay.
I'm sharing a room. I'm sharing a house with other people at the moment.
Okay.
But yeah, like I said, that trash with 3 people plus 5 pets, 6 pets, that has to get emptied out about once a day, or sometimes once every other day, but most of the times once a day.
Yeah, we were talking
sometimes
about
twice a day.
Yeah. So like I said, in the weight that's involved in the bulk that it takes up too, right? And not all of it can be separated, right? Because and all that stuff that like preparing spectrum said. Because I said to Shadow before you came back, Steve, I see it all the time, and just like some of these bins fill up quite fast, and I know they put it out the last pickup time. I'm like, so in 2 weeks they filled it up so fast that it's actually the lid's it's bulging from the lid. Let's just say, right? So that's quite a bit. I don't know how many family members they have or whatever, right? But I'm like, I'm starting to like realize, let's just say if you don't fill up your bin in 2 weeks, let's say you and your wife Shadow, let's say hypothetically speaking, right? Hopefully you would be able to get by in 3 weeks, 5 weeks, 4 weeks, right? Because look what's happening in France, right? It's only been coming up to 2 weeks, I think, if not already, right? So and look how much is already out there. I've seen pictures and video out there. Like I said, I sent you that screenshot, Shadow. It's just like it looks like as tall as some people. It's taller than shorter people or the children now.
Yeah.
And it's not just that smell and the space that comes up, right? But it's
Uh-oh. Did I lose you? CR. Shit.
Yeah, I turned on.
CR. Hey, we can't hear you. CR.
CR,
CR.
are you still alive?
CR, are you still there?
Can you hear me? You should be able to hear me now.
Yeah, now you just like you got quiet.
No, my headset was dying. That's why it was still here. So the mic wasn't picking up. So, anyways, hold on. Give me a moment here. I gotta charge it.
Yeah, no problem.
I just hate how these freaking Cheeto eaters out there, they like to talk about all this cool stuff that's going to happen when the crap hits the fan. It's like, you don't understand the realities of day-to-day living. You don't understand the everyday things we take
the garbage. The trash.
All you do is sit there,
trash pickup,
sit on your couch, and you eat your Cheetos, and you mentally masturbate about taking on the zombies. Just go back to eating your Cheetos.
Yeah, because the garbage, the food, the water, and
that's what's going to matter.
It's the infrastructure. Yeah, exactly. The infrastructure behind all that stuff is just you're gonna miss it. That's for sure. Right. The convenience of it, right? It's just like, I could just put it out on the bin. I could just go to a place, drop it off, not even have to worry after, right? Water comes to the sink. And all that stuff. You'll take it for granted. Well, a lot of people actually take it for granted, probably. I know I do at times too. Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah.
And if you're living up in the northern climate, you're going to take you're probably already taking central air and heating for granted.
Yeah, I think most of us do anyways. AC, heat, right? We take it for granted because it's just like, oh, turns on automatically, right? So when people ask me, oh, you don't have AC, I was like, well, I don't need to yet. It's not priority, right? Priority is heat here for me in Canada, not AC. 6 months of winter. There's not 6 months of summer.
Yeah. Ventures with SOG. That's exactly what Aiden says. We have to make do with big sticks.
Big sticks.
Catapults. Yeah, it's basically more same here in Sweden too. Big sticks and catapults.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, for me, I don't think it would be an issue in terms of the food waste. It's more that biological stuff. It's probably not be an issue. I think that'd be the highest priority of things to deal with, right? The food stuff, yeah, you could deal with it.
Yeah, you can deal with that, but let's say a biohazard.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Yeah, that kind of stuff, right? Where it's just like either it smells or it's hazardous because you don't want to get infected with something because
and that can be really nasty.
Yeah, and that what's that word? Those things you defecate. Yes, I'm gonna use that word defecate. Why not? Right. That's gonna be a day-to-day that's gonna be a day-to-day thing, right? Ongoing. Like the biohazard stuff, you might have one incident like that, right? Like that bag that Bob was talking about with.
Yeah, the guy pounding down.
Yeah, exactly.
Worm.
Right. That might be just a one-off, right? But hazards. The urine and the feces and all this stuff would be a day-to-day thing all the time, ongoing. It would be ongoing. There's no matter what, right? So if you could deal with that, I think you would be in a better position.
Legit adventures with SOG. I feel bad for you guys because literally last night I just got done going out and buying. I didn't think I was going to be walking off and buying one of these, but I bought another pew pew. It's too good of a deal. I couldn't pass it up.
Yeah, I see your comment, Miss Worm. Yeah, for the females out there still. Well, because see, Steve, I know you're not a tree hugger, which is fine with me, right? There's other things I agree on with you, and we learn to disagree, right? But even in the what's known as the eco-minimalism community and stuff like that. Oh, I get all my trash fits in this one jar, right? Well, look at that. They still have something too. Even the most minimalist person, right? But imagine in a scenario where they actually have to use, they no longer. They're not have to use disposables or find a way out of it, right? So they might, even those people would have to find solutions.
Exactly.
Because we all create garbage, right? We
do.
take for granted that, we can wash dishes. We don't have to use disposable cups and plates all the time, right? I don't like using them. Really, I really don't like using them, but there's a reason for them, right? I don't like using them. I got some, right? I know Shadow's got some. He showed it on the channel, right? I still have some from like when I used to throw parties and all that stuff. I just kept it around, but I also realized if I start using them, it's gonna take up garbage room. But if water's priority or lack of, then I have to make that judgment call. What's more important, garbage or the water? Hopefully, I wouldn't have to make that choice.
Water is more important.
Yeah.
This is why, in terms of water storage, rainwater collection, so I don't have to dip into that and have to deal with that. But that option's still on the table because I have it. Like I said last week, right? Have more options, right? I rather have more options, choose the best one at that time, and stuff like that. So it's not I'm not left with one option only. Because if you're left with one option or no option, then it's like, well, you don't have an option because it's the only option now.
Yeah, Adventures with SOG. I don't have a room full of guns. I'm not that rich. Got to have ammunition to go with those guns. Otherwise, they're just hunks of iron.
Yeah. And the wire and the food to keep you going to actually pull the trigger and all this other stuff, right? That's all important too. Well, because it's so important. You gotta manually do it, right? Don't matter how good how skilled you are. If you're tired, weak, thirsty, you're not.
Well, I'm a for those Cheeto eaters out there that like to talk about, being able to get in the gunfights and all that stuff. Look, if your survival plan during WRLS HTF is to make contact with the enemy, that is a horrible survival plan. There was a quote that Clint Eastwood said from the movie Outlaw Josie Wales, dying ain't exactly a good way of making a living. Yeah, and I agree with that. But anyhow, sorry.
Well, I mean, trying to avoid confrontation because confrontation, there's variables that you can't see.
There are times when you need a porcupine. You know what I mean when I say porcupine. Look.
No, I don't know that. I don't know that saying like that.
Okay, there's times where you need a porcupine. Basically, kind of goes back to Sun Tzu's Art of War. When you're weak, try to make yourself look strong. When you're strong, you try to make yourself look weak. Basically, war. All war is deception. Basically.
Yeah, masking what you do have or don't have.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I can understand that. I just don't know it by
there are times the porcupine, and there are times then you need to try to remain low key and try to be a gray man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, this is what I was thinking about, like in terms of the garbage as a whole, too, right? It's just like, well, if people see that, oh, hey, their pile's not that big, they probably don't have much.
Yeah.
Let's go to this next house that is, right? Oh, there's like a 2-story garbage. There must be someone still here.
Yeah.
They must have.
Well, I guess in that situation, in that one particular situation, I mean, for me, I guess I would try to see if I couldn't try depositing my trash at midnight in other people's trash piles.
Yeah.
If I'm living in a middle class neighborhood like that, like a housing development, McMansions or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I had to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shadow looks like he's about ready to say something.
You are ready. Because we've been talking for... Hell, I've been here since like almost the beginning. I've been talking like nonstop for almost like 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Well, tell us how much you really get sick and tired of these Cheeto eaters, come online and run their mouths.
Well, you know what I always say? Saying something is just a theory. You gotta prove it through actually doing. So it's not just a theory or something like that. For me, anyways, because I don't like in theory because that there's too much uncertainty. In my opinion.
Guys, I'm going for a short bathroom break. I'll be back.
Okay. What a guy. The only conversation he makes in the last like 5 minutes. Oh, I'll be back.
All right.
Just leaves us.
So keep it running, okay?
Shadow, we've been keeping it running since I got here. 2.5 hours ago. I came in on the stream. All I see is Preventative Veteran say like 5 minutes. I'll be there in 5 minutes. I'm like 5 minutes later. I'm already in the stream. It's like 2.5 hours later. I'm still talking, almost nonstop.
I'm not sure what S&M is. Trying to read what Miss Worm wrote. They got Adventures with Sog laughing.
I don't. Listen to me. No, I'm not done saying. I'm not done saying with all context, and I don't want to embarrass myself because I don't. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, like all this stuff, the packaging and all this sort of stuff, right? Because it would add up in time. Now,
yeah.
Because like, oh, good, he's mad. His door is so squeaky. I can always tell when he's coming back now. Like he's see what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not telling that when he comes in. Watch. So yeah, Steve, the shadow character, he's so awesome. Oh, he's so awesome and all that stuff. Oh, he's back. Oh.
Yeah,
I was just saying how awesome you were. I'm just kidding.
You called it though.
No, I can always hear that door squeak from him. I know that sound. But yeah, I mean, going back to that garbage thing, and trash as a whole, right? I mean, like, look how bad it is, and it's not even at certain places, and it's not even per se a grid down. There's still power. Or
Do you want to see something in WRLS HTF that will create a lot of trash? You want to see something? I got it right here in my hands. I was going to show friggin' preparedness veteran, but he left. This right here. One of these. One of these produce a lot of freaking trash. There's a lot of trash in this. Lots and lots of packaging. Everything's individually wrapped, which is kind of handy, but comes with a downside. It generates a lot of trash.
Well, hopefully you wouldn't have to consume a lot of that during that time. But like I know some people do those MRE reviews and ration reviews and stuff like that. So I can imagine that would add up in time. Yeah,
Adventures with Sog is definitely not a stealthy door. He needs to try this thing called WD-40 and put that on the hinges.
We're just kidding.
Don't kick me off.
I It's like, hey Steve, message Steve. What happened? I just totally disappeared. I don't know, man. But yeah, you're right about those MREs. Yeah, to a certain degree. I mean, you can only reuse it to a certain degree too, right? The packaging stuff. I mean, like if you got 5-6 of them every day or whatever, like how much can you reuse it? Without it's like, well, and all this other stuff. And like I said, just think about real world situations. New York, France, Paris right now, right? There's still rule of law per se. I say per se, but you know what I mean. And there's still electricity flowing through the wall. There's still water. There's still electricity flowing by, right? It's just that garbage thing picked up among surface, and look how per se bad it looks.
She was talking about using the inside linings of these bags for basically making like little solar reflectors for starting seedlings in your garden.
Yeah, right. If that's an option, right? I'm always looking towards thinking outside the box on the packaging and stuff like that. And because I always figure it's just like, we got a lot of resources, right? And a lot of these resources can be reused. Just you got to think outside the box, apply it to something, whatever it is.
It's gonna go straight into the trash for me, straight into the rubbish bin.
Yes,
Brits rubbish out there.
Yes, rubbish, trash, garbage. I mean, all that stuff. 55-gallon trash liner, all this stuff. There's all of these names for all that same thing, right? Trash, garbage, yeah. So, I figure I'd put in all those words for the for your channel. The AI picks it all up. Oh yeah, they said it all. Okay, we'll put it in. But yeah. I mean, I always, like I said, I always do things all the time when I go out to places, all that stuff. I'm just like always thinking, I'm like, what happens if it's this? No one picked this up in a long period of time. This would add up, right? But because if you reuse something to a certain degree, then you may be able to delay that a little bit longer, or actually permanently allocate it somewhere. Like, let's just say, like or even a one-time reuse. So let's say like the cardboard, right, Steve, for example, at least maybe not the best thing, but at least you'll get one use out of it, kind of deal. Or maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's cardboard to cover your windows. I don't know, during that situation, you got the dark curtains or whatever, and you got like cardboard behind it just to kind of, and stuff like that.
Miss Worm, I thought that they called those wheelie bins, the ones outside.
That's
Sorry.
indoor. Well, I
thought they-
don't know.
I thought they call them wheelie bins over there. Yeah, too bad friggin' preparedness veteran isn't here. He'd be able to confirm.
Yeah. Quick, someone go message him and ask him. We'll timestamp this. Be like, hey, you gotta watch. Remember the stream we were on? Yeah, at the 2-hour 30-minute mark. Steve mentioned something. Can you answer that? What's the question? Just hear him out. He said so much. I don't want to type out.
Wheelie bins are the big ones. Dust bins are the little black ones. Those old.
Yeah, it's probably a size thing. A lot of suburban, urban areas use that now.
What do they call them over there in Canada?
I don't know exactly what they call them.
They call them trash cans. They call them dumpsters over there in Canada. That's what we call them over here.
I've heard them all. Trash, garbage, all this other stuff.
Trash can, garbage can.
It really does. I mean, like the wheel cart. I don't know. When people will use so many words interchangeably, it's just like it all means the same crap. Like literally. But yeah.
And Adventures with Saga. I'd never heard Homer Simpson. I don't watch The Simpsons anymore, but I didn't know he said that. Those Homer Simpson once said about the French, those cheese-eating surrender monkeys.
You don't want to hold on a second. Since I'm at my friend's place, I'm gonna see what he has in their bin right now. If it's not full, I'm gonna because to illustrate this point about.
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, hold on.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. I don't know if you have noticed that I don't know if you have that problem in US, but I have seen in our staircases in some apartment complexes, some people put their garbage bags in the staircase.
Yeah.
They open their apartment door and put their garbage bags in the staircase, and I don't like that because if everything is down and people begins to do that, the whole staircase would be full of garbage.
Yeah, and then there's no exit. There's no place of egress.
Yeah, especially if you live on the top floor and need to go down. That would be a problem.
And some of that's not really a thing that happens here. I'm not saying it doesn't happen at all and under any circumstances. I'm just saying, unless it depends on the neighborhood, it would also depend on the specific city. Because I could see that happening in an older style apartment building in a stack and pack high rise style city. That could happen over here. But yeah, like I said, it's not a real thing per se. You know what I mean? I've seen it, but it's not that common. I mean, a lot of these places they got CCTV security cameras, so they'd be able to find out. The landlord would be able to find out real quick. Okay, why is there trash accumulating on the stairs? Why aren't they taking it out to the dumpsters like you're supposed to? And then they find out which tenant's doing that.
Yeah, I have seen this in my staircase, and I have seen those bags being there for 2 days, and then after that they are gone. So they probably take them out to the dumpster, but I don't like to see that in a staircase.
Oh, I wouldn't either. I'd be a little ticked off, especially if I'm paying money for rent. Expect the landlord to do something about the issue of trash.
And we don't have any surveillance cameras in our staircases either. So you have it in US, probably because the landlord will make sure that their people who rent his apartments are safe.
Yeah. Some of it's for safety, some of it's for other reasons. It was what the heck do they call it? I'm trying to think. I forgot. Oh my god, my brain's drawing a blank. Oh, I think it was. I'm not sure if it was part of the National Defense Authorization Act or if it was part of. I can't remember the other one. It was one of the two laws that was passed in 2001 after the September 11th 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon. What the heck do they call it? Oh my god. But anyway, one of those two acts was passed, and they actually started building all these. They put up all these security cameras, CCTV cameras everywhere. You know, it ended up being their major excuse. You pretty much anymore as a modern day American, you can't go anywhere, you know, without being caught on one CCTV camera somewhere at one point in time, which is kind of scary when you think about it.
Yeah.
Well, it's the pros and cons about it.
Yeah, it is.
Willie Simpson, not Homer Simpson. Okay. Sorry, Willie on The Simpsons.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he posted the link too.
Yeah. You mean groundskeeper Willie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would show my friend's bin, but it's empty. I keep forgetting they just got picked up. They're like earlier in the week, so it's empty. But something. I mean, sometimes my friend tells me, "Oh yeah, it's full." I'm like, "What? How is it full? You're a single person. How is it full that fast?" Because I've seen and heard about other people that are like a family of 4, they don't even fill it up. But you know, it just depends. Depends what you have, right? It depends what you have as packaging materials and whatever, right? Stuff you have to get rid of. So,
and like I said, it does bother me how they do those blister packs and do all these ridiculous honking pieces of plastic and cardboard packaging that it isn't even necessary. You know, you could get away with just doing just a simple piece of cellophane with a sticker on it. But no, we gotta put these elaborate pieces of packaging on, which generates a lot more trash.
Yeah, even plastic, even though it's thin or lightweight, well, it adds up.
That's a hell of a lot better than dealing with these plastic blister packs.
Yeah, that kind of stuff just, geez.
Like I will deal with a little bit of cellophane here and there over dealing with all these stupid blister packs and these big ass pieces of cardboard in between.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Sorry, I didn't mean to curse on your stream there.
But yeah, but it's the reality, the real world right now, right? That's why I always like to relate in the real world or things that are really going on right now, because these things are going on maybe in not our own neighborhoods, our own cities, countries, or whatever, but someone's going through it. Someone's got to deal with it right now.
Yeah.
You know? And some of these places aren't even like third world countries. It's because there's a strike going on or whatever, right? Out of their control or whatever, right? You know, we're not going to go into the diving at the strike thing, but the lack of garbage pickup in time will affect the area. In my opinion. Right? The lack of it in time. And this is just like started, I think they said on the 9th. Today's only a couple weeks. It's already came to this point. So I could just imagine if it was longer or if other things weren't available, like water, the grid was down too. Oh, all this stuff, it just add to it, right? It would just compound that kind of problem even more. And stuff like that. So, something to think about for all of us, right? If that system goes down, right? What are your options? You know, we say, oh, we'll just put it somewhere else. Well, what happens if that starts filling up or whatever, then what? Or you don't want to be in the area, right? You don't want to attract attention. you know, going down the road or whatever. Let's just say you're not taking a vehicle or whatever, and there's a bag in your hand, garbage bag too, right?
Yeah.
People are gonna be like looking outside. It's like, where's this guy going? This guy going with the garbage, right? Then you find out later, oh, there's this place that everyone's going to, right? Then everyone fills that up. Then, people start noticing, oh, hey, there's that neighbor down the street. He seems to be going to that place a lot now. Or people like on the streets see these people or whatever going traveling all the time. It's just like, oh, they must have resources. They keep having to dump garbage out. They must have bought something, right? You know what I mean? They must have some good inside.
There was one of the audio books I was listening to. It's part of the 299 Days series. I think it was book 9. I think it's book 9. Could have been book 8. They mentioned this military, like I said, mind you, this is impromptu military, kind of like a near regular military that was put together. But one of the things that they pointed out, they had the author pointed out they had to be concerned about was when they stopped to eat, they were eating MREs. They had to make sure that they gathered up their trash, not because they were trying to be conscientious of the environment so much as they were not trying to give away their position or give away how many people were in their how many men were in their military group to the enemy. And that was an example of a light American Civil War, where the power grid was still up and a lot of services were still running. It's just there was a lot of interruption and everything. That's actually more of a realistic.
Well, yeah, I mean,
we're
seeing it happen, right? So it's probably more likely it would be like that.
Yeah.
For any given moment or any given country, right?
But well, yeah, like I said, he focused a lot on like the practical things, like I said, the trash removal, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because
things that it's kind of boring and people don't think about, and it's like, oh, I just want to worry about shooting zombies. It's like I said, it's not a good survival plan to just make it a mission to make contact with the enemy all the time.
No.
Well, it's like how I say about survival or survivalism or preparedness. It's not just about that fire starting stuff. It's fun and all, don't get me wrong, or making charcoal, but those other things are important too. Like the food and water, for example, right? So
ta-da! Worms, the worm returns. That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I said, it's the feces and probably it would be the primary thing for most people.
Light of God in darkness. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
Hello. Welcome. Of course, everyone in the side chat, feel free to chime in. Right? We always like to hear people's opinions, your point of view on your area, right?
Yeah.
I would kind of like that if we had someone in France or whatever jump in and be like, explaining what's going on over there. I mean, we could see things on video or whatever. That's just one point of view. But to actually hear someone that lives there, it's stuff like that.
It was like what Bob was saying, to actually, talk to somebody who survived the Filipino Civil War, or like I was mentioning.
Yeah, they have personal experience.
Listen to to these interviews to these people that survived the Bosnian Civil War after the fall of Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
I had a friend and a classmate, actually. He was his parents were from Yugoslavia, but he was born here in Sweden. He was a nice guy, and he was a great guy, and he was drafted to Bosnia to the civil war there.
Yeah.
After I think he was away for 8-10 months or so, then he got back home because he was wounded, so they sent him back home here.
Yeah.
And he had really bad
PTSD.
form of PTSD. He was drinking a lot of alcohol and things like that. And when I met him on a class reunion, he told me that he and another guy, they moved forward, and the guy who was slightly on his right side, he got hit by a grenade, and he got his friend all over it.
Jesus.
Yeah.
He was, his friend was just in pieces, and he got his friend on him. So, oh boy, that was terrible.
I imagine.
Yeah.
You know, I just thought of.
Go use the restroom real quick, but
yeah.
I'm coming straight back to this conversation. You understand me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I also have something else I want to bring up. I'll wait for Steve to come back.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention it because.
Well, I'm kind of relating some real world examples or scenarios in here because I think we need to remember that these things happen in the real world.
Yeah.
It's not always hypothetical, you know. And these things might be more common than you think.
Yeah.
Well, because I was always remembering like after a disaster, let's say a hurricane or a tornado or whatever, look at the cleanup effort that takes place. That's with manpower and resources.
Yeah.
Just to do something like that, right? It takes a long time, even for that. So I could just imagine if it was like a combination of a lot of things happening at the same time, that it'd be even harder.
Yeah.
Well, because basically you're facing against multiple fronts, right?
Yeah.
So it's even much harder, right? You know? Because like I said, if this thing in France lingers on, it's coming closer to April now. It's starting to get warmer outside. Like I said, I took a look at the temperatures and just they're in below 50 Fahrenheit, below 10 Celsius at night. So, but what happens if the daytime temperature gets to above 70 Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
The smells, the bugs, the insects, the rodents are going to come out way more because now it's warmer out too. So, and stuff like that. And people are outside more often too, right? Because it's nicer out.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things I've been considering too. It's just like, because if this drags on for like longer, there's going to be a time where action has to be done.
Exactly.
Regardless, because I mean, I'm all for what they stand for and all that stuff, but then there is but we're just hurting ourselves even more and more now, even more. Then, so.
Yeah.
Because you can see all the videos out there, right? I'm just I'm looking at them. It's not just trash bags, right? There's cardboard in there. There's other materials in there, right?
Yeah.
And I think when preparedness veterans said about, and I've said about separating, it would probably be something I would consider now.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Especially if it's not being picked up. See, this is why I'm a big proponent of separating stuff, because like I said, garbage stinks because of the food most of the time. It's not the dry cardboard, the dry piece of paper. It's because it's wet. It gets contaminated with like stuff that causes it to start smelling. It's the food that smells. Rotten food, right?
The problem with cardboard is when something food related get on it, it's just
pizza box.
Stick there.
Pizza box. Yeah, like a pizza box and stuff like that. Pizza box will start to smell in time.
Yeah.
It's not just the oils going rancid and stuff like that, but it's just like the leftover pepperoni and the leftover crumbs and all that stuff, right? Because I know Rebel Canners was in earlier, because I think this is why I always remember dry stuff doesn't really attract certain things like rodents and mosquitoes because it's dry. Bacteria doesn't grow on it. Fungus doesn't, like mold doesn't grow on it because it's not wet. Because it doesn't have the water aspect, the liquid aspect in there, right?
Yeah.
Right. This is why, because a lot of the time when people think of compost, oh, it stinks. No. If it's done right, it's fine. If it's in it's dry beforehand and then you add it into the ground, it's fine. But no one wants to deal with that. If I put it out here, it's on track rodents or whatever, right? Well, when you're not getting garbage pickup and you can't just simply drive to the landfill or a dump or put it somewhere else, you don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, you have to deal with it, and you can't dump it wherever you want either. So
well, it's not just that. You might start attracting attention, or it might be frowned upon, and all that stuff, and just like, well, it's not just. Well, yeah, it's not just that. There'll be a black market for it. Probably it's like, oh yeah. But you have to drop it off, or you're gonna go like travel an hour just to dump it and drop it off, right? Outside of like an urban environment more, right? That's if you have gas and all that stuff, right? So that's why I'm always a big proponent of separating stuff. I don't know, it's just the way I am, I guess.
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back, Steve.
All right, what were you going to talk about?
Well, I was mentioning it while you were gone. Just because Shadow actually said a lot in there, so that's the funny part. He actually said more than I did, for once. Oh, excuse me. There's a tickle in my throat. Sorry. No, I was saying, let's say after a hurricane or tornado, the cleanup involved from even that, how long that takes. Like, I know about the infrastructure coming back and all that stuff, but just the waste itself, right? People having to deal with throwing stuff out, like how long that takes. I mean, and I was mentioning about the France thing or in Paris, right? It's not that warm there right now, but like I said to Shadow, what happens if the daytime temperature starts getting in the 70s, above 20 Celsius? The heat is now going to start building up. Flies will gradually come to that, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It'll be more attractive to them.
Yeah, and trash, rubbish and all that, it stinks a lot more during the heat. I mean, it still stank when I picked it up during the wintertime, but it was noticeably worse when it got, on warmer days. Yeah.
So they're lucky it's happening now, not like June, July, the hottest part of the year.
And remember that stink you're smelling, that's the methane gas that the bacteria are producing as they're devouring trash.
From the food, right? That's why I've been saying we were talking about the separation of it. I think that's important. I think this is why a lot of these areas are going towards separating it. It's not just for the environment, so people kind of are aware. Separating it is actually a good thing, because then you can separate that smell away from your area a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because I think what's going on in Paris right now is that it's just combining into there, right? So it just overall just smells. But the videos that you can see of it piling up or whatever, sometimes there's just cardboard out there. That cardboard is still probably not the smell, but it's just mixed in it.
No, like I said, I'd straight up just be burning all that cardboard if I could.
Like no.
WR, like I've been. Yeah, like I said, I've been giving this a long time. Hell, I even did a video of this topic. I want to say 4 years ago at this point.
Mm,
You know,
yeah.
what to do with your waste, what to do with your trash, and WRL, SHTF. You know, did some brief video on that. But I plan on burning as much of my trash as I possibly can. You know, like I said, a lot of it I'm just gonna try to see if I can burn it in my stove, use it as fire starter. Like I said, for instance, like I said, the paper product,
Yeah.
the cardboard, that can be burned. That can be burned inside, and it's not be a big deal. The plastics, on the other hand, yeah, I'll be burning that stuff outside in like a burn barrel.
Yeah, and kind of like rocket stove, and so it hopefully doesn't develop all this dark smoke where you'd be noticeable.
Yeah. Well, I plan on actually having like an actual proper wood burning stove, not this rocket stove kind of stuff. Like I want something that's safe to use inside my house.
No, I meant for outside.
Yeah. I've built a couple of
so
rocket
it burns
stoves.
So it burns maybe not per se cleaner, but so with less dark smoke.
Yeah. Let's see.
Because that would because that would probably attract attention too.
Yeah. Well,
in certain places.
Yeah, and like I said, burning, you've got the color of the smoke. That's one thing. The other thing that's also a problem too with burning is like, even if you can't necessarily see the smoke because the fire's burning hot enough, there's still going to be a scent in the air that's going to be wafting around. People are going to be able to.
Well, yeah, people can smell a campfire anyway, right? So
people are going to figure out something's going on.
Yeah, they might be like, oh, they must have a lot. They're burning it, right? They might, maybe they're cooking. We're hungry.
Yeah,
something like that.
Exactly.
If it came down to that. So, I think burning is one of those things I've last resort. Because then, well, it's just like, everyone always talks about, oh, fire can purify your water, signal, cook your food, light your way, or whatever. Well, there's the dark side of it too, right? Keeps your position away and stuff like that.
Yep.
You're more noticeable.
But I was going to say, for you and, was it Thor's Homestead, you guys are going to probably get Thor Haven. You guys are going to end up burning a lot of your trash just because you guys got longer winters and the ground definitely freezes. And so in lots of cases, burying your trash is not going to be an option. With
At least during the winter. Yeah.
The winter time here is pretty long too. So
how many months for you, ShadowScoutSwede?
Well, we still have minus degree. We have today around minus 12 degrees Celsius. So we
in that 20 Fahrenheit range.
Basically, winter time is from around November to April.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, half the year or so.
Yeah.
We have summer months is only 3 months here.
Yeah.
I mean, we would probably have to pile. Well, let's just say it was food waste, pile it up and just let it freeze until the spring where you can bury it. If you didn't make a hole beforehand and all this other stuff.
Yeah, but the dirt that you dug up, that you piled up, that'll freeze solid. And you're not going to be able to.
Well, I'm just saying, like, let's just say if you were thinking ahead a little, right? But then again, not everyone can do that. Not everyone's going to be so give it so much forethought. It'll never happen. Not here. It's never happened here. You know, that stuff only happens in other countries, other places, not here in Canada. But it doesn't mean it's impossible. That I know.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot else to add to this topic here,
really?
Shadow. Yeah, no, not really. Not really. I think I've pretty much hit every major point that I could possibly think of.
Yeah, I think we covered.
Yeah, and in reality, and then like Miss Worm said, there won't be much to burn because you won't be able to replenish the food that generates the rubbish. But I mean, there's still going to be other things that generate trash. But yeah, if we're talking about like prepackaged foods, yeah, that will eventually run out. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say the canned food.
Yeah, but
Stuff like that.
I was going to say the other things that are still going to generate some sort of waste is, like I said, our solid waste. You know, that we were talking about. You know,
Yeah,
gonna have to
that
figure out
has
ways
to
to
be
deal with that. Either compost it or burn it. I think historically over in England they used to burn their own poop.
Well, yeah, that's why they separate it so it's a little bit drier.
Yeah.
You know, things burn better when they're a little bit drier.
Yeah, I know. I've got this is all I've got, man. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here. I don't want to hijack your stream any longer. But thanks for having me on.
Take care,
You're most
Steve.
welcome, my friend.
All right.
It's always a pleasure to have you.
All right. You guys have yourselves a good one. Bye bye.
Take care, man.
Yeah.
Later, Steve.
Take care.
So yeah, shit. I'm just looking at my friend. I'm just at my friend's place, just kind of thinking, like, what happens with these? Oh, here's a pop bottle right here that I see, a 2-liter pop bottle, right, and just like all this stuff, right? If the facilities are not available, I'm talking about when the
Steve is
facilities.
a nice guy.
Yeah, you know, I'm talking about. We're really talking about like when the facilities are not available or that pickup is not available.
Yeah.
And you can't simply just drive there all the time. Or whatever, right? Or there's a big lineup, right? You know, it's just say, right. Because even at local dumps and stuff like that, landfills and stuff like that, there's trucks that come in, they got to line up sometimes, especially in the large urban areas. They got to line up, wait their turn, right?
Yeah.
So I just figured, you know, if there was like thousands of cars, people trying to drop off stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You might get spotted by like other people. It's like, oh, you're here too, right? And you know, and people will be like, oh, wait, they might have resources. Because I always look at, like, even from like, let's say if you throw out like a TV box, everyone knows you have a TV.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I'm not a big proponent of putting out the TV box and stuff like that. Right, because it's advertising. It's advertising. Everyone knows what a TV box is. Everyone knows what the brands of TVs and such are, right? So they see that they're like, oh, because you start advertising it in the neighborhood, right? And all it takes is that one nefarious person to come along and say, like, oh yeah, I think this place has got a nice TV. They've been putting out stuff and all this stuff. You start seeing it, right? Because what I've heard is if you're gonna do that, you invert the box so you can't see any brands so it doesn't look. It just looks like another box. They can't tell exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Per se, without really going into it. Because like Bob said, right? What happens if the birds attack it or break open the bag or whatever, right? And you have confidential material or whatever, right? People can start seeing that even without touching it, right?
Yeah,
they don't even have to be in within. I mean, I could just take a pair of binoculars, go down the street, and be like, or an alley or whatever, and be like, if there was garbage, I would start noticing it. It's like, oh, and you know, they must have a lot of this because they've been throwing a lot of this out, right? Or why is there this big box? Oh, that must be a fridge or something like that, or TV, right? And you thinking, right? Because people, because it gives more information for people.
Yeah.
To use
Miss
against
Worm,
you.
I agree with you about that one.
Sheesh, I almost hit the wrong key. I almost streamed this to your audience. Well, you know what? I actually try to do that every so often just because it saves room.
Yeah.
Because from time to time, I have to add a little bit more in. And you don't even need power to do that. You can do it manually. Right?
Exactly.
Well, because another thing is, this is why I said about like industrial balers or commercial balers for cardboard. I've seen that in action, right? So that's why I started to compress all my cardboard into the biggest box and store it in that biggest box and just slide more in. Right? As long as the box can hold it, not by weight, but by volume. Yeah, I like doing it like that. Because I don't like just to throw boxes in our stove not flat. Because even when I was doing this artwork and doing this artwork, right, they always said find the box so make room, so the bin doesn't get full right away.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
it only gets picked up every 2 weeks or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Because what happens on those like really big industrial, not industrial, but those really big bins like green or blue. Well, here in Canada it's green or blue. Those metal bins, right?
yeah,
What happens when someone throws like a stupid thing like a couch in there? It fills it up so friggin' fast, and basically it becomes full. And what happens? People start putting it on the outside.
Yeah,
which means
I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar
Yeah.
with that problem.
You see that in a lot of places, right? It's just like people just put that big stuff on the outside, and now
Yeah,
the truck has to move stuff out of the way because now it's in the way. Like there's bags or whatever in the way, and now it's gonna move that out of the way before it picks it up. Yeah.
Yeah, we have the same problem here.
Yeah. Okay.
That way, the bin is full. They put it on the outside. And,
yeah.
and that is really annoying.
Yeah. Well, I'm just assuming, like, on a good day or a good time, the person picking it up, per se, with a truck or whatever, the machinery used to lift it up, right? They need clearance room. Right? If there's a big couch in front of it, on the side that they have to pick up, right? Lift it, put the thing in, because there's little gaps that the arms slide in to pick it up, and right? If there's a big couch in the way, then they're gonna move it. It has to be moved. Because they can't get the machinery in there to actually do the work of like lift up the bin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm glad you brought that up this morning. I try to do that as much as possible.
Yeah.
Because, a lot of time, I mean, this is how you save room and kind of minimize the bulk. Because there's a lot of packaging materials like, let's say, foam or something like that take up so much room. You can't squish foam down, per se, right? Because it's full of air. You have to separate it if you want to reduce the volume. I mean, obviously, you can only reduce the volume or compress it so much, but hopefully it would buy you enough time. So instead of filling up like, let's say, garbage that comes up to the top of a doorway, it's only a quarter of that size.
Yeah.
For the same amount of time. That way let's say, and then that's in 2 weeks. Well, you know what? Now you can get 8 weeks with the same volume. I mean, the weight will be more, but stuff like that. And this is assuming, hopefully you were using some of the cardboard in some way, like Steve did, or composting the food material if you can too, right? Because doing stuff like that may reduce that pile a little bit more for you in a given amount of time.
Yeah.
Because the garbage doesn't just get picked up instantly. You have to wait your turn.
Yeah.
Right? Because our truck goes to house, or building to building, or complex to complex, apartment to apartment building kind of deal, right? So you got to wait your turn.
Yeah.
So this is why, I've actually had garbage bins that are not even full, even though it's been a couple of weeks, personally.
Yeah.
So I'm always like, oh, you know what? If the garbage wasn't picked up, let's say every week, now it's every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, I can still manage it to a certain degree without having to take these more extreme options, like dumping it somewhere else, right? Yeah, I know that. I avoid doing that and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah, Miss Worm, you're right. Because I've seen people like put like a big box into one bin, it just fills it up.
Yeah, it fills it up.
Next thing you know, what starts happening, people just put stuff on the top. It falls out. The birds get into it and stuff like that. I'm like, but yeah, breaking it up at least so it takes up less volume. And some of it's not even that bad. It's just, you just got to break the box down.
Yeah, I
Easy
always
enough.
the larger boxes. I
Yeah,
always
because
take them down in pieces.
yeah, that's why I'm a big proponent of putting cardboard into one big box, then doing it like that. That way, well, not only does it separate it, but it also takes up less room. That means if there was issues or whatever, then I could still get by for a little bit without having to resort to burning it per se, or burying it, or taking it somewhere else.
Indeed.
I knew you would use that word in time. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I'm reading what Miss Bloom said. Yeah, you generate very little garbage. Rarely one kitchen swing bin at Fortnite. Did I just read that? I just read that. It's like it says Fortnite. I'm not talking about the game.
regenerate very little rubbish. Rarely on kitchen swing bin a fortnight. Mostly cat litter goes straight in the dustbin. But if needs be, we'd bury that. Okay.
Yeah, because I think people that don't do any of it would have a harder time because they wouldn't know how to adjust to it, to having less service available, right?
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
it is garbage pickup or dropping it off is a service. Someone has to get paid to do that work.
Yeah,
regardless if it's garbage, trash, or recycling, or compost, or all that stuff, right? Someone has to do the work to, and all that stuff, right? So that's why I want people to get a fair wage and all that stuff, because it's important. We should, right? So,
I
and all that
agree.
stuff. But as a normal day-to-day person, what can we do, right? If the company goes on strike, there's no one person's that changed their mind about that. So you don't have to start adapting or planning ahead on it. That's why I've been lately learning more and more ways of kind of getting more out of it. So
Yeah, you have to get more out of it. Yeah.
Right. Well, because it's just, it's just like how I say about in a bungle bag or a go bag about size, weight, bulk, and everything's functionality, all that stuff. Well, to me, it's just like the major not priority or commodity, but the major thing is the bulk.
Yeah.
Weight's not that big of an issue, right? Usually these bins are rated for, I've never filled up the bin to its rated level of weight, right? At all. But the bulk is the issue.
Yeah,
the volume
I
it takes
agree.
up, right? That's why it's stuff like, let's say, solid foam and stuff like that, that styrofoam that doesn't, that crumbles into white little pieces, right? That takes up so much room and stuff like that, right? That's why I'm more of a proponent now of, like you, Miss Ware, shredding it down so it takes up less volume, then putting it away.
Yeah.
That way, because it takes a little bit of effort. Okay, don't get me wrong, right? Not everyone's gonna do it, but if pickup is sparse or you gotta wait weeks and weeks, might be your only option just to keep it down, right? Keep it down to a manageable level, right? There's a lot of packaging, like Steve said that, and Bob said that, just stuff like styrofoam. That's a lot. It's light. Don't get me wrong. It's lightweight or whatever, right? You may be able to reuse it to some degree, but it takes so much room. I hate putting it in a bin. I don't like putting it in a bin. I don't like doing that. I know Miss Lawrence said about shredding it or whatever, right? That's one of those things I don't like doing too, because it sticks to everything. Then these white little pieces everywhere. No one wants to deal with that. I know that, right? So I hate that packaging material. I'm talking about the stuff that hard foam stuff. I'm not talking about the soft foam. The soft foam, you can reuse that, everyone. That soft foam that flexes, it looks like styrofoam. It's not hard styrofoam or what's that? pyrostyrene. Well, anyways, basically it's
Polystyrene.
yeah, that kind of material, right? I like the flexible foam. So at times when I see the flexible foam, I'll keep it because it's useful. I can use it. I can put it in a bag. I can use it like a seating pad. For example, camping. I can put it in my go bag as a seating pad, right? So I can reuse that. That's why, because it's really good for reusing because it's flexible and stuff like that. So, because I think finding ways to reuse more of it might be, would help. I think can't reuse everything, unfortunately, right? Some things just have too much contamination. You just can't separate it. There's biological materials in there, radioactive materials, whatever. Right? Hard to separate it, so I get it. You know how much. I'm not a tree hugger, but I'm also realistic. I'm not a tree hugger, but I'm also realistic about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. For anyone that doesn't know me well enough, it's just like because a lot of the videos in my past, like last decade when I started the channel, were it's not just this fire kit or this first aid kit or this fire kit. Some of the stuff was reusing because it's part of the packaging, and it was always because most of the time that gets tossed, right? And society's good. That's one thing, drop in the bin, don't have to worry about it. But what happens when that service isn't available or non-existing or very sparse? You're gonna start thinking about it because now you don't have to consider things, right? Because now that convenience of pickup is not available or very sparse, like I said. So
yeah, I agree with you about that one too, my friend.
That's why I'm always looking because I know Steve was in earlier. Well, or also in earlier, but he sent me a thing about. See, I put out a video, a short 30-second video about me mending gloves, right? And he said, "Yeah, I've done that before." He's like, "Yeah, see, I've done that before, but nothing, anything this bad." I did it as a challenge, just to see how close can I bring it back to useful state, right? Like those gloves are just spares, right? Those are like something I would use if I was handling rough stuff, oil, greasy stuff or whatever, right? Then I wouldn't care so much, right? That they got dirty or whatever, right? That's why I kept them around. But I just needed to seal them so it just kind of would hold together a little bit longer, right? Because I got art gloves and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna use my nice mitts, wool mitts or wool gloves.
Yeah.
Handle grease or with a vehicle because it's only just gonna get dirty or greasy. But those gloves I showed in that video, I don't mind. Right?
Okay, Miss Worm. Take care, stay safe, and sleep tight.
Take care, Miss Worm.
Sweet dreams.
Oh, thanks.
Cheer you. Yeah. See you all soon.
Yeah. So. Oh, and by the way, everyone, I kind of suggested this idea.
Yeah.
But it was for good. Well, because like I said, after seeing what's happening in France, and also there's other places in the world that happens and stuff like that about dealing with garbage and all that stuff. But it's in the news kind of deal, right? So real world example right there for all of us. And then I would consider France a first world country. So that just proves that it happens, or it can happen, and what people are going to deal with, because there's a certain amount of smell and room that people need to navigate, let's say, an urban area like Paris, right? But stuff like garbage pollution, right? Smells, it's not affect a lot of things, not just the locals, but the tourism. People don't want to come until it's cleaned up, right? People don't want to take their honeymoon there or wedding pictures there because now there's garbage in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
That has to be all edited out and stuff like that. It's like, screw that. Let's just go to another country that's clean, or let's go to Hawaii or something like that, and stuff like that. So those downstream effects of something like this. So
I agree.
like I understand it's for the people, but I also understand that there's gonna be consequences to this in time. Not just the past, the bugs and all that stuff, right? And it smells, but like some things that people aren't even thinking about. Tourism. Oh, hey, I love this restaurant, but I don't like the smell standing right outside. You know what I mean? Oh,
Yeah.
I love this coffee shop, but you don't want to deal with the smell, right? Well, so sometimes garbage can start affecting our aspects of life when you just don't notice it because it doesn't happen day to day, right? And look like in the past when garbage was thrown on the street, look what things happened, right? I think Steve said what the Black Plague. Jeez, I've been watching Wakanda forever too long. The Plague. Jeez.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bubonic plague.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, that was the result of that, right? This is why, stuff like garbage pickup, we take it for granted now, but it's a modern day convenience for us. For most of us, right? The convenience of that, right? Just imagine how it was before medieval times and all that stuff, right? So,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So that's why I'm like, this is why I have so much to say about this. I'm very passionate about it. Now, I'm not saying I don't generate waste too, but we all do to a certain degree. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
who
we all
are.
do to a certain
We all,
degree.
it doesn't, I mean, unless you're living totally like in the woods with no man-made materials, all natural, what's it called? You use a solar still or whatever for your urine. You compost back in your manure or whatever. Your food waste goes back in the ground and all that stuff. Unless you're doing that, you're probably still generating waste.
Yeah,
One minute
exactly.
you buy something that has a plastic wrap on it. Well, yeah, and stuff like that. Because, like I said, even because there, if you're looking on the YouTube side or searching the term eco minimalism, you'll see these people that are into the conservation of materials and environmentalism, right? There's this kind of like challenge of putting a year's worth of garbage into like a glass bottle, right? But
yeah,
stuff like that, right? Where they're reusing, like, let's say, not using disposable stuff, right? And stuff like that. So even them, they still have something, and they're trying. Just right. So I could just imagine there are people that are not so much like that, but how much they would generate, right? So it's just like that's why I said about seeing how much you generate in, let's say, a week or two or in a month, right? Because right now in Paris or whatever, in France, it's only been a couple weeks. What happens if this drags on longer? Hopefully not. Hopefully it won't. I'll be optimistic about it. But what happens when it does start dragging longer? Oh, like it's the third week of March right now, right? What happens? It's like, oh, April, there's this considerable warm spell. Temperatures above 20 Celsius, 70 Fahrenheit. Heat wave, I don't know, whatever. There's going to be a big noticeable change in terms of what people are willing to handle, right?
Yeah,
because people are like, oh, I can go around the garbage, these piles or whatever. The smell, you get used to it. Well, there's a certain time where it's just not be noticeable.
Yeah.
You'll have your tolerances to it, right? And
I
stuff
agree.
like that. So that's why I bring it up all the time now. That's why I wanted you to kind of do this and, relate it into the preparedness part in here for us. Because I think it's more. Right. Because, I've just, like I said, I've seen people fill up bins so fast. I was just like, and they have less family members than I'd say other people do, and they fill it up. You know, people have less family members, but they fill up the garbage even faster. It's just like, ooh. Just imagine if pickup or whatever was more sparse or delayed by a week or two. What people are gonna do, oh, I'll put it in the back of my truck, take it somewhere. Okay, then what? What's the next option? You're gonna do that all the rest of the month?
Yeah, exactly.
You may do it, but eventually you'll be like, oh man, 0 that convenience of having like a pickup or garbage or somewhere I could drop it off, not worry about it, and come back without worrying about it. Don't take that for granted, because we're lucky to have that kind of stuff. Really, that pickup, right? And this is why I'm a big proponent of these people should be paid well or fairly, right? Let's just say, and stuff like that. But because when it's not picked up, issues starts to arise. Things come from it, right? The past has shown it before. The rats, the flies, the mosquitoes, the birds attacking it, the rodents, the rats, the mice, right? Hey, there could be an influx of cats. Because now there's rats. Oh yeah, now there's an influx of cats everywhere. Or the dogs getting into it, or amongst other things. Or the wind blowing it everywhere now, right? So it's not just in one spot in the bag. Now it's open and everywhere. And it kind of makes it look like the area that it is in, it loses its luster. Like right now, I think it's starting to happen in France. It's people are starting to. It's not the same, right? Instead of seeing this nice prestige green grass or whatever with the Eiffel Tower in the back, now there's random garbage, even more than usual, right? It's not just one cup, a few cups here and there, or whatever, right? It's actually stuff flying from the wind or carried by the birds or whatever, right? And it's just like how Steve said about like someone dropping off a stove or whatever in the middle of nowhere. It just kind of ruins the environment a little bit more. So those are my thoughts about that. Everyone.
And that is good thoughts.
Because not a lot of people know this. This is something I thought of when I was back in 12. When I was 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah,
I kind of brought this up. I brought this up to my teacher. The only reason is because I was changing out from primary school to what you guys do? Well, middle school or junior high, depending how you see it. Talk about, but yeah. So I never did, but go all the way into it. But I still had that passion for it. Because I still remember it when back a long time ago, even how that was. Yeah. It hasn't changed that much. Maybe things are more recyclable or picked up or whatever, but there's still someone has to pick it up. There still has to be a truck. There still has to be a vehicle. Someone has to get paid to doing this, right? Maybe they have these wheel carts instead of, that typical view that you see in movies with like metal bins, garbage bins, right? That's kind of in the past now. More of these urban, suburban areas, it's all about the wheels. There's little holes. It picks it up, dumps it in, puts it back down, wheels it back to the curb, right? The operator never has to get out, right? The operator never has to get out, lift, or anything like that. So that's the only real change. But some of that stuff still exists, like the plastics and stuff like that. Even
the plastic is a problem.
Yeah, because I've also noticed a lot lately. Like okay, you remember that? Well, I didn't mention it when I did it, but that was promotion to my video, the extreme code challenge that I did. One of these walks I did. I was walking by a store, right?
Yeah.
And basically, this kid dropped litter, let's just say, right? And this guy gets out of his vehicle to pick it up, put it in the garbage, right? And the kid's like, he's like, whatever. The kid's like, whatever. And the adult is like, well, come on, man, this is our place or whatever. And the kid's like, I don't care. It's that kind of mentality, right?
Yeah, I agree
Right.
with you.
I'm not trying to bring in this equal minimalism or environmentalism in there, but the idea is it's still garbage. Right?
Yeah.
I carry garbage too, right? I still have plastic on in my headset, in the phone I'm using my cable, right? I haven't gone away from plastic. I wish I did or could, but I also realize the bin's just right behind me. It's not gonna take me that extra 5 seconds to take a few steps, right? And stuff like that. Or, try to compost this apple peel or whatever. You reuse the coffee ground. Right?
Yeah.
It's not gonna take me that much more effort. Especially, and I think about, especially, that expression, trash to treasure, right? It's kind of like the apple peel, trash to treasure. You compost this down, let it break down. Hopefully it feeds the soil, to feed those plants that you're trying to grow, the garden,
Yeah.
whatever it is, the tomatoes, the sunflowers, the marigolds, and all this other stuff that people are growing, the carrots or whatever, right? Because I know the homesteading community out there generally will do that. Because actually most of the homesteading community would do that. And the gardeners out there, they all do that to a certain degree, right? They reuse that. Hey, here's that coffee grounds. Here's that apple core, right, and stuff like that. I know they still generate their own garbage too, but it's not from food mostly, right? It's plastic. That plastic jug that then had the windshield washer fluid in there for your car, because obviously seeing outside your windshield is important for safety reasons, and you need the windshield washer, or you know what I mean, right? So they still have that, right? But yeah, I think I'm going on a tangent here. Am I right? But it's because I have a passion for this, and that's why. I'm not perfect at it, but I also have a passion for it.
Yeah, I
Because
know.
realize,
I know the feeling, my friend. I know the feeling.
and that's why I sent you those images and screenshots of some of those videos, because that's real world right now, happening right now, still to a certain degree, right? This ain't something that happened 10 years ago, or it's in the distant future. It's happening right now in a popular place, and we all seen this place. We all know that Paris is famous for the Eiffel Tower, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just kind of, would be disappointing if you went there right now and it's just like, I don't want to take pictures because there's just garbage everywhere, and I don't want to take the time to edit all that out, and stuff like that. Because I could just imagine, like I said, I could just imagine people taking wedding pictures as like they have to bring rakes just to rake the garbage and move that garbage off to the side so they can get a nice frame shot. Ooh, nice green grass. When did you take did you take this like last year or whatever? No, I took it this year. I thought there was a bunch of garbage over there or piling up. Yeah. Well, I had to rake it up, put it to the out of the frame just so I can get a nice picture. I would not be surprised if people are doing that now. Or they're finding other places to go now, right? So garbage can start affecting our aspects of our lives, or things like tourism, right? Like I say, restaurants, the service industry, right? It can start affecting that as garbage piles up, right? Safety issues, not just like pest rodents or whatever. It could be as simple as, like I said earlier, what happens if the garbage is so tall it starts blocking the stop sign, or you can't see people on the corner anymore. You can't see that kid about to walk out.
I agree.
That's a safety issue. It's not just the pests and that stuff. It's just simply because you can't see. I mean, we've had snowbanks here, for example, here in Canada, that are so tall you can't see over the snowbank. So if someone's shorter than that, you can't see them. So you would have to turn slowly. I just could imagine if that was garbage piling up, that it's so high you can't even see it. People on our side and stuff like that. So, yeah, those are my 500 cents on that. The Shadow. That's my 500 cents on that. I mean, I'm not perfect either, but I try to do more. Even lately, I've been trying to even do more, because back when I was 12, I did up more than I thought I was capable of, and I'm just kind of coming back to that way of doing things again. I'm becoming more, I mean, I'll probably explain it in some future video or stream or panel, but I did things at that time, so I'm coming back to doing stuff like that again. Like, the roots, my roots and stuff like that, because I'm realizing it's more important now than ever.
Yeah.
Right. So, I might, you're taking a lot of time for this, CR. It's like, well, I got the time. I'm just watching TV or whatever. I got the time for this, and stuff like that. And other times, it's just the simple fact of like having the right tools available, right? I know Bob's been doing this kind of composting thing too, this dry composting thing like I have, and it's just like, that's part of the garbage, right? He's reusing it now. It's helping his area, right? So it's that trash to treasure thing that a lot of people like to say when they find stuff, right? Trash to treasure. Well, that's trash, or what people food waste or waste, right? Waste to. I can't pick up a W word, but yeah, trash to treasure, right? And stuff like that. It's just like you'd be surprised. See, and I keep forgetting about the garbage thing. Sometimes people throw out perfectly good things, really usable things. I've seen that time and time and time again. Right. So I could just imagine what people would throw out later. Well, because like Copernicus Veteran said, right? You would probably be wanting to reuse everything at least once or more often, right? It's just like during the Great Depression, right? As they say, a lot of people reused a lot of stuff, made it good with what they did have, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, that's really before the time of plastic, so it's obviously, different now compared to that time period and stuff like that. And, our conveniences, like vehicles and all this stuff. But in terms of like the food hasn't really changed much. The food scraps haven't changed much, but it's that other garbage. The human waste hasn't changed much. It's that other stuff that's changed that kind of builds a lot faster, right? Not just the plastics, but here's this, oil stained, greasy cardboard pizza box, right?
Yeah.
That was never in the Great Depression. When it exists nowadays, right? You would have to deal with all that stuff. So, yeah, but Steve's right. People don't like talking about it because it's not really exciting. It's not exciting like tools, firearms, fire, shelter making, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's one of those things, when you don't have it, you're going to start missing it. That convenience of having it and not having to manually deal with it with yourself. Like I said, if a single bachelor is filling up a bin so fast, yeah, that's probably an indication that they have a lot of packaging material. I mean, it's one thing to downscale or whatever because you're trying to get rid of stuff, but if it's happening all the time, that means, you have a lot more waste or garbage than you might think. Yeah. And if a scenario came by where, pick up with sparse or whatever, that person would have a hard time adapting. Because they're not used to it. They're like, oh, whatever, right? Then when they actually have to not rationalize, but kind of shred the things or kind of use less space or whatever, right? Let's just say, because I heard about this where a lot of places ever since the pandemic, it's just like for cutbacks, they've reduced the garbage pickup from weekly to bi-weekly, right?
Yeah.
For example, I mean, for me, that didn't affect me because literally that didn't affect me. But for some people, it highly affected them because they had to adapt to it now. They're so used to just putting it in, whatever, right? It'll get picked up by the end of the week. 6 days at max, right? Now they got to wait up to 14 days or whatever, right? You know, and I know you live in an apartment, so there's a bin outside, but that bin only gets picked up so often, right? I don't know how often does that I don't, because I've never lived in these areas and I've never seen the schedule for these, but how often would your bin get picked up? Like the bin, also you got a garbage bin outside, right? Industrial size, whatever, green, black, blue, whatever, right? How often does that get picked up?
I believe 1 every 2 weeks, I believe.
Yeah. So it's like that, 2 weeks. So just imagine if it was just delayed. There was only one pickup for 1 month, 4 weeks, 3 weeks. And you've seen how fast these bins can get full from people, right? And usually,
I have seen our bins here being filled up pretty quick sometimes.
And a lot of the time, it's not because someone threw in a mattress inside, right? I know people do that. I know it. This is why they say don't oversize things, but they can't control that. But it's that kind of stuff that kind of makes it more difficult for everyone else, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think, if you're picking it up or whatever, if you didn't have to move stuff out of the way, yeah, you would probably be like, this ain't so bad, right? Picking this up, but the extra effort, now we're gonna move this couch out of the way because I can't get my truck in there to lift the thing up. Think about that for a person like that, right? So it kind of doesn't help the driver, right? The driver gets kicked off now he's like, now I'm gonna be late or whatever. It just kind of slides downhill. It spirals downwards just because now someone else feels like they're having a bad day. It's like, oh yeah, I had to pick up all these bins, but I had to move all these mattresses out of the way. It was so annoying. I had to spend an extra 10 minutes doing that. You know what I mean? Versus, oh yeah, just a normal day at the office. Yeah, picked it up. It was great. The bins were full. That's all fine, but there was nothing in the way. That's why a lot of those bins say don't put anything in front of it, right? Or on the side.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's not just, it's the machinery, the trucks that have to get in it. And understand that point of view of stuff, right? Because a lot of people are just, they just put it aside. It's like whatever, right? Or it's illegal dumping, right? Because a lot of complexes, apartment buildings, it specifically says a lot of the time, no illegal dumping, no, right? It's just, stuff like that. You see it all the time on sites. Here in Canada, I see it all the time in urban areas where it's like, no illegal dumping, right? No dumping large household appliances or whatever, right? Because that's the reasoning. And all that stuff. So it just, it disappoints me. It disappoints me, right?
Yeah, I can understand that.
This is why a lot of the time. See, I've actually reused like couch material, like from leather couches, a lot of the time because I actually see it on the side, right? So I'll cut out the strip out, right? I'm like, well, I'm reusing part of it, not all of it, but some of it will at least be back to trash to treasure or reused a little bit more.
Yeah,
because stuff like that. Because it's a lot of the time because people are lazy, don't have anything. They gotta get rid of it. there's bed bugs on it or something like that. It's broken, it's torn or whatever. They're getting a new one, right? So, and people don't have a vehicle to transport it, so they just leave it by a bin.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they feel like they don't have a choice. That's why I think that's why people do it, because their options are more expensive. They gotta do all this extra stuff, right? So people rather do it cheap, fast, than the right way, or and stuff like that.
Yeah.
See, that's why I'm a big proponent. If I have to throw out anything, I try to break it down as much as possible. I mean, as prepared people and preparedness-minded people, right? You would hope we would have tools to help us, scissors, cutting tools, and all that stuff, saws, right? So if I had to do that, I would do it that way,
Yeah, exactly.
right? Because I've seen those big dump bins that outside houses, right, where they're dumping like from renovation stuff like that. Look how fast that fills up. And stuff like that. I don't even know if that's even happening in Paris right now too. Where is that even available? But well, you know what I mean, right? When people do renovations, they got that long that gets trucked in to dump everything in. And look how fast that fills up, right? So I could just imagine if that's available.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine being a renovator and having to deal with it now, and you can't just simply order a bin to come here, sit here, rent it, and it'll be taken to landfill by someone else, right? That convenience of that, right? So, because I've had to help people like that too.
Yeah,
right.
I agree.
I mean, yeah. I had cutting tools and stuff with me because we actually had to cut this couch so we can get it out the door. Because renovations are going on, right? So things had to be cleared out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, right? And just like, so that's where I start to learn, disassembling stuff can be useful, breaking down to pieces and stuff like that. I think that's why I have an easier time trying to fit things into a bin. Well, it's just like, I think it would be more obvious once I actually show another kid or a bag how the organization, I shouldn't say organization, but kind of being able to fit more into a volume. If that makes any sense, right? Because right now, because a lot of the bags, it's a lot of garbage bags at times are not totally full. They might seem full, but they're not that heavy because there's a lot of air in it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is why, and especially since a lot of places nowadays have bi-weekly pickup, because it's to cut cost, right? I know it is. It's cut cost in urban areas and suburban areas, right? So it could be reallocated to whatever, right? All roads and stuff like that. I get that, right? I've been seeing that. I've mentioned it to Alpine Preparedness before.
Yeah.
They didn't even know about that because they're not used to it, but I'm like, yeah. It was to cut costs, but because of that, that also means the garbage gets picked up or whatever less often in a given year. 26 times in a year versus that weekly 52 weeks, right? Obviously, it's not cut a lot of costs, but it makes it so now I have to be more mindful about what I not put in the bin, but how I fill it. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, everyone puts out garbage, like I said. And let's just say you were bringing a truckload or whatever to the dump still, you probably have to fit everything on there or inside anyways. So, you might take that extra whatever time to cut the couch in half. I don't know, or maybe reuse some of it, then, you can delay going to the dump, driving over there, right? Using more fuel and stuff like that, So, are you down for 7 more minutes? Let's go to the top hour because 4 hours seems like a good time.
Yeah, 4 hours is pretty good time.
Yeah,
and I begin to feel pretty tired too. So That
Hmm.
yes, we're
I'm all-
around for to 4
Yeah.
hour mark.
Yeah, we'll go to the 5 hour. To the top of the hour. Okay, nice round number. Yes. This is why I decided to let everyone else talk first, because this is all the stuff I wanted to mention.
Yeah,
That's why I brought up this topic. It's not a tree hugging topic. It's actually because it affects every one of us, one way or another. It does not even matter, and we all do it. Some of us just do it less. Some of us do it much more. Some of us are kind of trying to do less, but it feels daunting. So this is what I feel for everyone. Because it could be difficult, right? And especially, I'd be kind of. That's why I'm always when I see these. When I saw
Yeah.
this news breakout on it, I was just thinking to myself, what would I do in that position? What would I do, right? How would I consider things, right? Would I do the things here that I can do here? Would it even apply there? And stuff like that. Because people always like, you don't have to do that here because I'm at people's places. It's because this is what I do at home. I just do it everywhere now.
yeah,
It becomes not a hobby, but kind of a forced habit, right? Kind of deal where I'm a habit of doing it like that now. And stuff like that. That's so. People think I'm weird for it, but whatever. There may be a time and place that it may actually serve a purpose a lot more than you think. And stuff like that. So, yes.
yeah.
You know what? I don't know. Hold on. I think my friend's asleep. Let me see. I think I put the dart at that. Let me see. I'll show. Maybe I can show this before we take off here. It's the settings. I'm trying to make sure I don't show anything specifically. Okay. See, I'll show you guys what I mean about this because I actually did this for my friend. Look at it. This is what I mean.
Yeah,
I'm trying to make sure there's no dress in here or some
yeah,
random things that I don't want to show because he'd be mad at me. But yeah, this is what I do. That's what I mean. Because all this cardboard wood took so much more room. And
yeah,
stuff like that. Like,
yeah. When it cardboard, I do the same thing
it
because
just to me, it just makes sense. And I mean, like
yeah,
even
it
in
makes
industrial, industrial settings like industrial balers, they compress the cardboard industrially like that anyway. So I figured, why don't I just do it at home or where I'm going for the same thing? Because I learned about that a long time ago. It's about when I used to work at this one place. It's like, oh yeah, cut the cardboard so the bin doesn't get full right away because they don't pick it up that often, right? Or else it would be too full,
Yeah,
for example, right? And then it starts piling up on the outside. Then if it's on the outside, the garbage truck's not done picking up. It's not part of their job, right? Their job is
Yeah,
to
I
pick up
agree.
what's in the bin, not outside the bin.
exactly.
Right? So that's why I do it. People always wonder, how come you're taking the time to do this? Because this is my example. Because I've seen the industrial balers where they compress like so much cardboard in there, right? In our places, I'm like, oh, I'll just do it like that. Because if they do it like that, me doing it like this is pretty much the same thing. And stuff like that. It's just so
Yeah, I agree.
that separation thing. Yeah. I have something to talk to you about after the stream, by the way.
Okay.
Well, I guess we could close it off. Not quite 4 hours, but close enough. Because
Yeah,
I think everyone's left. It's like only me, unless someone's working in the background, not saying anything. But we do appreciate everyone dropping in. Shadow would agree with me on that. And of course, it's
Yeah, I
nice to
agree.
see you all. It was nice to see everyone drop in.
Yeah, I
Familiar
agree. It's nice
faces.
to see.
Some familiar faces, channel names, people
Yeah.
I've seen on our channels and stuff like that. People that I'm like, what? They know ShadowScoutSwede? Wait. So this is where Shadow says, okay, everyone. This is ShadowScoutSwede signing off. Stay safe, everyone. Wait, I'm thinking I was sounding like Gil. Okay, you do your outro.
Yeah, I do my outro in 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Okay, guys. That's it. I wrap things up now. So
take care. Take care, everyone.
Take care. Stay safe. God bless. And thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. And thanks for the thumbs up. I appreciate that too. So I'll see you next time. Next week. Same time, same place, same channel.
Same co-host.
Yep.
Take care, everyone. Stay
Take
proactive.
care.
And we're out.